Good day, my name is actually Himchi.
Okay.
My name is actually Himchi Marimezo, and I'll be taking you on a TCN2501 penetration testing walkthrough. Machines here are Cuptrix 1, Cuptrix 2, Mr. Robots. For general information, machine Cuptrix 1, the link to get the vulnerable machine. Then for the operating system is Linux operating system. The difficulty is easy, and the objective is to gain root user or root flag. Tools used is Nmap Metasploit. Cuptrix 2, link. The operating system is Linux as well. Difficulty is easy. Objective is to gain root user, and tools used SQLi, Nmap, Perl, Python, and Netcat. Mr. Robots, we have the link, Linux operating system, difficulty medium, root flag is the objective, and tools used we have Nmap, Hydra, Web Suite, and MSF console. Now, domains and subdomains. For Cuptrix 1, no subdomains is covered. For Cuptrix 2, we have my virtual machine is let me start.
Is that something we're waiting for?
Yes, I shared my Kali and it's froze. Okay. So for Cuptrix 1, like I said, to find the IP address, we first can use Nmap scan, and we can find all IP addresses of devices connected on my local network. So this is the IP address for Cuptrix 1. And then we had the Nmap scan. But before that, we checked for the subdomains and the domain for Cuptrix 1, and there were no domains found. But for Cuptrix 2, after finding
No, I
the
think
IP
take
address,
it step by step. Finish Cuptrix 1 before you move to Cuptrix 2. Finish with Cuptrix 1 so that we deal with the problem with Cuptrix 1 before you now move to Cuptrix 2. So take it that way, then you now move to the other machines.
all right, sir. So, okay, going to the network reconnaissance part for Cuptrix 1 at the Nmap scan, and it showed us ports 22, port AC, ports 111, 139, 443, and 1024. We go back. You can see it from the Nmap scan output here. Institute AT 111, 139, 443, and 1024, which is SSH, HTTP, RPC bind, NetBIOS, SSN, SSL HTTP. After which, from the output, we decided to use Samba on port 139, NetBIOS-SSN to exploit the
Sorry, can you
system.
stay? Can you go back to that exploit, those Nmap? What does each of those ports tell you? What does each of those ports tell you? The ones that are open, what do you deduce from them? That the fact they are open in practical terms, the fact they are open, what do they tell you?
The ports on the vulnerable machine, for port 22, which is SSH, you can see that
Is there a problem?
because what I really looked on when I was
You are not
working
looking
on the
at
system.
you are not looking at anything. You are actually in training. And in training, you are trying to actually add more to what you know. Men looking at this, what is simply tell you that you can actually do a remote what connection using port
Access.
22. Now, port 80 and port 443 are open. That means when you take that IP address to a web interface, you should be able to access some web interface on that particular what. Now, you do not have aggressive. This is a what? This is a machine, not a live site. Do you get it? This is a machine.
Yes,
Why
sir.
you What's that thing you're always wearing in your ear? Is it an earphone so that you can hear me clearly or something?
Yes, it's
Okay,
earpiece connected to
okay,
the
to the laptop. Okay, all right, that's
yeah.
fine. So those are practical. You did not use iPhone A, which is aggressive. You did not use iPhone O to tell you what is the OS. You said the OS is for this thing for the VULN-HUB 2. You said the OS is actually it's not Linux, it's CentOS.
No, this is Captrix one.
Yeah, now I'm just trying to tell you the flags you should use. There should be iPhone hold here. There should be iPhone A, aggressive. It breaks down. If possible, you could actually even add VULN. It's a machine. So this particular place, this place you have now with machines, is an intermediary stage before testing live sites, so that you could actually practicalize and understand the dynamics of all these things before you now move to testing a live site, so that you could fully stretch your capabilities, expand it, and understand how you actually move on to testing live sites. You see it in play, you would have confirmed it. So when you get to a live site, it's what almost a walkover. Do you get it? So that thing you did, you understand why we actually gave you a walkthrough video. It's not that's how much none of your certifications in cybersecurity and are not open book. The only difference is that you are doing it for the first time. You need to solve the problem within the limited time. Even the scenario is open book. You could consult anything in the world. However, you have a limited time to solve it. Do you get it clearly? So this particular position you had today is a training stage before you start testing, and it's a good stage to master to actually shoot what a tier 2 position. So move to the next part. So when you are doing this the next time, there should be iPhone O, there should be iPhone A. If possible, add vulnerability gives you a lot of scope. So now come back to that place. How did you know any of those things are vulnerable? You just watch the video and actually just pick. You should have actually tried is OpenSSH 2.9p2, is it vulnerable? RPC bind, is it vulnerable? Those are other options. Okay, let's see what you have.
All right. After which, using MSF console, I searched for Samba and used this exploit Linux Samba trans to open. Then configured it, setting the R port, the R host, and the payload. Then ran the exploit, which gave me a shell. And after the shell was established, I checked the user and I had a root user on the Piotrix 1 system. How for Piotrix 2?
So where's Piotrix 2?
My VM is glitching.
Okay.
Okay. For Piotrix 2, After the Nmap scan and its output, I went
I
on
think
to,
just go back to Cure-Prix 1. What, in a summary, using penetration testing, what are the key new techniques that actually stands out of the crowd that you implemented? Can you summarize in one statement what you did in Cure-Prix 1?
okay. I first off used Nmap to find the IP address of the vulnerable machine, then used Nmap as well to find open ports and services on the machine that I could use to exploit it. Then using MSF console, I found a suitable exploit that would be able to
For which
grant
particular
user
service
root user.
did you get an exploit?
That's for ports 139 NetBIOS SSN Samba SMD,
Okay, Samba,
which is why
what are all the other from your enumeration template? What are the tools you can use to actually enumerate Samba? We gave you an enumeration template when you are doing enumeration, and Samba was part of it. Samba SM, Samba client, Samba. What are the enumeration templates that you can use to actually, apart from what you have here, what other enumeration templates can you use to see whether it has a Samba client? This is not the only way. You can actually try to log in into Samba using what anonymous.
you
What
can use
other what?
SMD,
Sorry,
you can use
SMB
you can
client.
enumerate, huh?
You
Yeah, you
can
can use
use what?
SMB clients for anonymous login.
Okay, try SMB client on this particular. So we didn't give you this so that you can copy and paste. I'm just keeping quiet because of the first. It's for you to start learning actually how to do penetration testing. The walkthrough is to build some level of confidence. When you are coming out of the lab, till you actually get, I've noticed that there is a gap of norm shock. That's what they call it. People don't really realize their capability. So they are harder. Now bring out, there's an enumeration template we give to you. Bring it out and actually show me all the SMB tools you use. You can use that first before you actually assume there's a vulnerability. Do you get it clearly? So
Yes, sir.
show me that. That's what you are here to do, not because I want to grade you or something. You've already watched the video.
But I don't have the,
Where is the template that I use? Where is it?
oh my PowerPoint.
No, there is an Excel template you actually with I gave to you where you put all those things
Yes, but that it would be on my phone.
on your phone, not
Yes.
on your system.
No.
Why?
Because you sent it on WhatsApp, so I downloaded it through my phone.
You downloaded it to your phone, and when you are presenting it, you presented it on your phone.
No, like I use WhatsApp on my laptop. Like I connect my laptop to my
I
WhatsApp.
think you should actually disconnect and actually bring back that particular Excel sheet. We're not here to joke. You think we are here to
Okay.
joke? So if you are not ready for this stage, the training is over. You can actually just log out and actually let somebody else come in. We are not here to joke. So any hour spent is a meaningful hour. So you already watched this video. It's useless you coming back to me to give me what you've watched on a video. To what essence? So if you don't have it, you could log out. Let somebody else come in. Get the Excel sheet. All the Excel sheet we spend time giving you in your penetration testing. You say is your which phone?
You send them through WhatsApp and
Then
I
you did
download
it on a
them.
what? You did it on your laptop, created it and actually presented to me individually on your laptop, not on your phone. You don't have it.
I'm looking for it. This is it. Sir.
So under enumeration, how many tools do you have?
Enumeration type, there are 8 types here. And it tools.
We're looking at SMB enumeration. We are specific about SMB enumeration. That's SMB enumeration. You have enum for Linux. You have SMB client. So can you do enum for Linux on that particular? Then you do what SMB client and see what it gives to you to see if you can actually log in. How do you use SMB client to actually log in with an anonymous user? You have enum for Linux. So use enum for Linux on that particular and actually see what to turn on that machine. Use enum for Linux. So that's why we actually give you all this. It's not to throw them away. You can't copy and paste. Sorry?
I already removed the machine from my system.
You remove the machine from your system. Why?
Yeah, you said that it's vulnerable. That
No.
what
I mean vulnerable means that it has vulnerability in it that you can test. Not why I said you should remove it from your system. It's if it's occupying so much space. Maybe it's the way I communicated it. Can you stop sharing your screen?
All right, sir.
I don't know what you guys are actually this session. You have 2 more to go. Then you should actually ensure you only solve 3. So the only reason why we're actually telling you to do this is to build confidence. It's not that what they are doing, and you can connect a little dots, connect the dots in your knowledge gap. So this one, then all these other ones, let me shut them down. We have some bunch of charlatans going around saying all kinds of bullshit without having nothing to offer the industry from day one. So like I said, you're already through with the session. If you actually, okay, this one is coming up. This part is to ensure that you're actually battle ready from day one. So it's more rigorous than the training because every step you have to show us you know what you're doing. What I simply mean, the Metasploit table is vulnerable. It's a vulnerable machine. That's what it simply means. So much. We have some bunch of idiots who have nothing they do than to. I hope you are not working for them. These idiots who call themselves whistleblower or whatever, whatever. Their life is as useless as the whistle they blow. They just listen to conversation and actually interpret their own stories from it. This is the real thing. This is what's going to give you any future you are hoping to build in cybersecurity. If you are not able to actually interpret technical capabilities this way. Now listen, so that you don't deceive yourself. You understand? 17 years after I left the university, I'm talking to the guys who actually trained me. They are sounding like broken record. There is an overrated or hyperrated grade in Nigeria. While you are busy cramming theory, others in other countries are busy understanding how technology works. That is why everybody who comes out with a first class ends up in the classroom. So don't let it get into your head. Everybody who comes out with a first class in Nigeria, they end up in it because they learned theory. So while others are busy, what you understand, learning what makes technology work, they are busy bumping your head with grades of what theory works. So when you come out, you are not relevant to the industry. You're only relevant in the classroom. And they try as much as possible to frustrate you. They give you masters, give you PhD. You end up as a lecturer. Right here, you are already solving and doing penetration testing. Do you get it clearly? So don't be deceived. 17 years after actually leaving, I'm talking to them, they are sounding like broken records. Do you understand? Good. For my own, I was researching electronics. I saw that where electronics are, as at the time I was in school, is way, way above what they were teaching us in the university. So I did not even bother listening to them anymore. It sounded like a whole craps. So get it clearly. This is what's going to take you to the industry, anywhere you're going to. So this is Cure-Pretrix. What you said is you did this Nmap, you scanned this. So the first thing you want to see is if it's what? They're on the same network. This NAT, this NAT. This is bridge. It's not going to work. You have to bring it to NAT. Now, I'll restart it. So enum for Linux, I think is actually picking it. -A, or let's do help. So we didn't give you all those tools for you to actually throw it away. So -A does what? Do all the simple. So we have -A. This is enum for Linux. -A 192.168.59.139. So see, it gives you a lot of information greater than that. This is a lot of information. Now, then we have SMB clients. So we are not building people who actually do copy and paste here. So this SMB client. So you should have actually gone here, done all this to be sure before you actually just copy. It's not copy and paste we are doing here. Do you get it clearly? Good. We are not doing copy and paste. So this is the template I shared with you. This is the template I shared with you. And you're supposed, at anything you're looking at, you're supposed to refer back to this. This particular one is intermediate. You move to what? Sorry, beginners. You move to intermediate, then you move to what? Expert. So there are a lot of rats. Do you do this type in your classroom, in your university?
No, sir.
Good. You will not do something like this. There are areas of specialty. And even at this is just a domain in cybersecurity. There is forensics, there is what? SOC analyst. So if you are not exceptional, they're not going to get a job. The truth, we've trained people who, when they actually went for interview, they had them privilege escalation, you understand, and they could not answer it. We feel somewhere, somehow, there is a mismatch in their knowledge gap. Do you get it clearly? So we're not joking. So all this time we're giving to you, you're not paying more for it. In case you did not know, see, these are the people who graduated last year. 2401. So that's why I first started with telling you that we are very comfortable. They graduated last year. About 9 of them did not get their full certificate. Still yet, with what they have, I doubt they will struggle to get into the industry. Very few of them. We gave a little access so that they complete and actually do the same thing you are doing now. So we are studying the industry. We understand the demands of the industry better and how you can actually come in above the crowd. Do you get it clearly? So with no strings attached, we're not looking, it's what is the standard of our service delivery. Do you get it clearly? So when we say we are not in the same league with some all these mamarudas parading themselves in the disguise of collecting maybe money or what they say they are doing SOS, save our soul, or sending stupid IoT signal to security agencies, we are not at the same level with them. This is world-class training, and we are integrating you to world-class training. Do you get it clearly? So that anywhere you open your mouth to talk about cybersecurity, you stand out of the crowd. You understand? So,
yes, sir.
good. So that's it. So anytime you use any tool, the next one you do, refer to your what? Enumeration. Now, this is what we did. Machine, general information, domains and subdomain, network reconnaissance. At your stage, write down all the process like a note, so that when you leave when you leave Siberian Arena, you have notes to fall back to. I'll repeat, there are a lot of noisemakers outside there who have nothing to offer than just noise. They're not paying them more than 300,000, 400,000 naira monthly, but they make the loudest noise in the industry. At worst case, 500,000 naira. That's 6 million. The people who know what they are doing, they don't talk, they just look, because information to us is money. That's what we sold to you. Do you get it clearly? Good.
Yes,
so
sir.
We've given you the video to watch. Where we expect you to go is to add your own stuff to it. There are a lot of nuisances outside there who don't know where they are going to. So they are looking for what? Propaganda to actually do what? Make more money in their pocket. Do you get it clearly?
Yes, sir.
So that's it. Move to the next. So come here to show me how you actually use Metasploit table to actually do Transocean. You've watched it on the video. You're only just copying and pasting what you know. But showing me you understand the different words, the different techniques. Apart from using this method, I can use this method. I can use this method. That is what I just showed you. These are other ways you actually study vulnerability for SMB what? And enumeration. And you actually get at what? This shows you what? IPC admin. The shares that are actually available on the what? On the server. If you don't understand all these parts, you are still dancing around circles. It's just copying and paste. That is why we gave you those notes. All right. You can move to the next lab so that we actually run you have 15 minutes more.
So for Qualtrics 2, so typing in the IP address on a web browser, it takes you to this login page. So using this SQL injection here, you're able to log in and it shows you this. Welcome to the basic administrative web console. Ping a machine on the network. So I use Ctrl U to view the source code of the page. And you can see from here it says form name ping action pingit.php and the method is post. So what I did was that I used curl-x post, which is the method here from the source code, then the IP address of the machine, pingit.php, which is the action, then -d IP 127.0.0.1 ID, then -d submit equals submits. So once it pings the network, then I set up a listener on my Kali system on port 444, then ran this command into the curl command to execute and gain a session. So having done that, it connects to the open port 444 from the IP address of the machine. Now in this shell, in this session, it's not interactive. So I import Python. I use Python, I can see import pty spawn bin bash for me to be able to get an interactive session. But then I suspend the session so I can continue it on my own system. So using STT, while I continue back my suspended session on post 444, and then I now ls to see the contents of the directory or the directory that I'm in. Then uname -a to get the Linux Pure-Prefix level 2, 2.6.9 -55.el. Using that, I use search exploits for this uname output. So I use uname kernel 2.6, grep -I was searching for escalation, and then the OS is CentOS. So I was able to find this through search exploits, and I used the second one. So I copied this and downloaded the exploits using exploits. So after it's saved on my home Kali, and then this is the file that was downloaded, then I go back to my session, my established session, and I go to temp directory, and then using widget, I upload the downloaded exploits from my home Kali to the TMP directory. After which, I extract the contents of the file, and then using ls, I can see that
Is it
this is the
extract the
file I
content of the
uploaded.
file, or you compiled it using GCC?
No, I compiled using GCC.
Okay, all right, that's
Then
fine.
using ls, I can see now that there are two files available. The file I uploaded and then the file that was gotten from the exploits, which is a.out. So executing it, I was not able to use ID to get that I have gotten root user privileges.
Okay, all right, that's fine. So it's very clear. Before you meet to
Or,
Vault 3, can you tell us specific things that are new that you did in your penetration testing journey from what you learned? What are those specific things that stand out in the
okay.
in the journey map?
One is the using curl to gain a session
Okay. But you
through
actually did something like that when you actually were doing where you were pinging remotely, but that one you had to upload a payload.
yes,
You had
yes,
to upload a payload to actually get a session. Okay. And the session you got is not a Metapreter session, it's actually what a
yes,
netcat session. So you have to
yes.
now do what? You have to now call
It's Python.
A Python module to actually make it then you use the xterm so that you can actually clear up the xterm.export. You did not mention that, so that you can be able to clear the screen and the rest of them. Then I think those are the new things. Then using what SQL injection to
STT.
actually break using SQL injection to actually what other things can you use there? Can you use SQL map on that particular database to bypass that access or to see if you could actually do what? Get the username and password. Do you need the username and password to log into that place?
No, because we already tried
Bypass.
using the username and password, but it didn't work. So I used the SQL injection for that.
How are you sure? How are you sure you got the right username and password?
I tried admin and
That's why I said with SQL map, what can you do to actually gain what access? What would have been the case scenario where you could use SQL map? Now it's easy watching a video and you actually think you're a superstar until you're actually confronted with similar problem and you don't know what to do. That's why I'm asking that question. So you use SQL map on a database during your session. How do you understand? Now, if there is username and password, it shows you clearly that there is a database. Do you get it clearly?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, how do you investigate this particular database and get to where you have a table of username and password? So that's the assignment you take home to do. Then the last part is we did not see any remediation in your hack. Now, how do you build a remediation for this? If this was a client, what will you advise him to do to better protect himself? Those are my comments. If this was a
Okay.
client, how do you better protect them? How do you advise them to protect themselves?
Okay. First is to disable unused services and close open ports. And then
Can you stop sharing your screen? So we are actually in the era of technology, and you're still learning. Start to learn how to standardize what you do. Now, these are all the steps you took. You understand? Reports and finding. Then the next column should be remediation. You can come here, come here, come here. Remediation. To this. This one to this. So your next presentation should come in this format. Implement port locking or VPN for sensitive services. Are you seeing? Use network segmentation to isolate critical system. Monitor the intrusion detection system. Monitor with SNOT and Suricata. Are you seeing? It's more advanced than what you want to give. Attack vector, insecure logging. Use prepared statement, parameter queries in all database. Perform input validation. Disable verbose errors. Use command injection to establish a shell. Avoid system CTL and Excel or similar function with unsanitizable. Whitelist allow input and enforce strict type checking. Run web apps with privilege, with least privilege, no root, system level per permission. Are you seeing? Use app armor or set to limit what processes can do. OS enumeration. Adding the system by removing unnecessary GCC, call, and widget. So you see that you are still in training, except you don't want to take training. Are you getting it? So we are preparing you for what? A real life penetration testing. So your next step should actually, so these are remediation. So when you discover anything, you should actually advise the client on what? Block hard-bound connection, remove compilers like GCC from production system, monitor file uploads and runtime, use application allowing allow listing to prevent unknown binaries from execution. Do you get it clearly?
Yes, sir.
Good. So that's the way it is. So move to the next. So you see that you're still in training. So when you, sorry, just 1 minute. When you are talking to somebody interviewing you, this is the level, this is what they want to hear. Now you are still growing, you don't have that broad capabilities yet. So as you are learning to discover vulnerabilities, start getting used to the remediation. There's no place you will go to. They have almost all these things implemented. Now, what we told you is that the machine is vulnerable, meaning you can use it to practice. However, the guys you are going to talk to already have all this implemented on their network. So it shows them you know what to do. You can come in to plug and play. Do you get it clearly? So when we say we are not joking here, we are not joking. Do you get it clearly? We are not joking, we are not joking. Are you with me? Good. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
it. So let's say Mr. Robot.
So from Mr. Robot, after putting in the IP address on the web browser, it took me to this page here, but I didn't really get much information from it. So I used robots.txt, which I found key
If
one
you
of three.
while even using what is the goal of this particular what is the goal of this particular app? Is it has
It's to
three
bring
capture the
in,
flags. This one of one the by looking at this particular diagram you are showing me, this page, there is one, there is two of three, there is three of three. So there's a process to becoming an expert. It's either you follow the process or you keep fooling around. In that robot.txt, go to where, sorry, can you go back to what you just showed me? Now you see in that particular file, there is what? Facility DIC and key one of three.txt. Do you get it clearly? Good. So move on from there.
right? So then I used Wicket to download the two files, fsuccity.disk and key one of three.txt. So after which I then opened or cut the fsuccity file to see its contents. And so it was a list or a dictionary of words. So I filtered it. Professor found how many, what the word count, and it was 85.
Can you move to the can you just move to the unique parts, unique steps?
Okay.
What is peculiar about this particular machine? How do you exploit it so that we can summarize? You only have max 10 minutes more.
All right. So using Burp Suite, I tried logging into the site, this part here. Tried logging in. So I intercepted the request using Burp Suite. Then using the
Sorry,
details from here.
how did you get the username Elliot? How did you get that part?
Username Elliot.
Yes. Because there are tons of username. Did they give you that username or
It
you
was
did?
in it was from um the one of the files.
Which files were that?
Key one of three.
Okay, can you show me?
I don't think the files are on my system anymore. I'm
I
trying
don't
to
think
cut.
I don't think that particular part was actually given to you either. I think you're not taking this part seriously. And if you want to exit from this point, you could. And I'm being blatant and truthful about it. You understand? Sorry, just 1 minute. I'm wondering why you're submitting a penetration testing report and you say the documents are no longer on your system. Who does that?
So it was in one of these.
I have it here and I want to see where you got that from. So you said it is in that key one of TXT. That you can't just pick Elliot from that. It's impossible. Can you stop sharing your screen? This is what you have. And the other one, society.dic is a what? It's a word list. Then out of all the word lists, why was it just Elliot you pick? How did you get to Elliot?
But because of the brute force using Hydra, because the key, this is an MD5 hash.
You
So
brute force what? Did you show us the brute force? No, did you show us the brute force where you brute force and got Elliot as a username and password? Sorry, just 1 minute.
let's see the screenshots.
That's Mr. Robot, right?
Yes, yes. If you brute force with it using the, even if you don't use Elliot, as it is checking the file, it would pick that name.
Even if you don't use what?
The
Hello,
username
you
Elliot.
are on training. It's either you get trained or you live here as a quack. You don't actually get a what? A username and password from a word list. There's a way you actually get it out. We've sent people to interview. They came back and they called us. Did you really train those people? So that's 140. Now, if you come here, I'm trying to get, why is this stuff not coming up? Okay. If you come in 192.168, that's 140. Then what page did you get to that gave you a username and password that you tried to bypass?
Use robots.txt.
Okay, robots.txt. This is not the username. Then the page you try to log in into that actually you try to actually log into. Okay, just want to be sure of the steps. So if you come back here, I just want to get there is a web interface. This should give you, I think it's my PHP dot. There's a web interface that takes you to, okay, that's PHP, retrieve X header. That's showing you that okay, WP. I think that there's an web admin interface. There's a web admin interface you can actually get from web scan, WordPress scan. So if you come here, if you put WP login, okay, this is it. So this particular part. So how did you get, this is what you are brute forcing. How did you get the username here? So don't deceive yourself. This is how they do it. You inspect, you go to network, you try to log in with a wrong user. You can either automate this process. Let me say I want to log in with Mike, and I want to actually log in with a wrong user, or I want to log in with admin or whatever it is. So once I click login, the post request, you right click, copy as what? Call. Come back here, sorry. Call converter, www.callconverter.com. So you paste here. It gives you a code. With this, you cannot modify it. At least you have a Python code. You cannot modify it to actually suit your taste. Now, if you come here, so what's all this? Control C, clear the screen. So we have robot1.py. We have robot. So if you nano robot1, sorry, cat robot1, let me be sure. It's say my IP address. Let me, okay, it's 140. So clear. Python 3, robot1.py. This is to actually enumerate out the username and password. So this does all those for you. This is where you get the username. Do you get it clearly? So there's another one for what? The password. So it's when you now actually are able to log in, you can now do what? Upload a payload to any of the pages, create either a link and actually create a shell. I'm not seeing your face anymore. You understand? So the crop of kind of, I don't know, well, your thoughts are your thoughts. As you can see, there's a clear difference between what we do and what is available out there. It's a big world of difference. At least I can boast about that. From at least you can go to LinkedIn and see what we've been saying and what others have been saying. Now you can do the same thing for what? That's the same thing. So like that's why I said it's either you live here as the expert or you live like a quack. So this is how you get it. So the fact that you watched a video, the technique you've pulled out, it's in case you meet with this, you know how to fine-tune a script and brute force, not stealing what username from the video. That's the essence of actually passing you through this process so that you don't actually hit blank wall when you get to a real life penetration testing. So you can continue, just continue. When it finished running, I'll actually show you the result. Continue with what you did. Let's see what you did. from there.
So finding the cracking the MD5 hash from the key one of 3.txt. This is what we get. So using that, we're able to log into the site. So in Metasploit, we search for WordPress shell and use exploit Unix 6 and use for Unix web app with WordPress admin shell upload. So after configuring it and exploiting it, then we set the username to Elliot, and then while the exploit is running, it gives us a interpreter shell. So we ls in the shell, and we can see the 2.php files that are here. And then we now use Python to import again, like we did in
to make the shell
to
make the shell interactive.
So we now find out who the user is. So it says Damon that is here. So we cd it to home, and then we ls there.
Sorry. So that we can get it clearly. Once you have a shell, the next thing you want to do is privilege escalation. Now, after enumeration, you are trying to get a foothold. Foothold is one, getting access and creating a kind of shell with the target. Now, once you have a shell, you start exploring ways of getting a privilege escalation access. That is becoming a root user, because once you're a root user, there's nothing you cannot do. That is why you see most of these particular machines stop at that place. They don't go into post-exploitation, because with root user, you can do all post-exploitation activity, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let your conversation span within that place. After enumeration, after maybe scanning, it's enumeration. After enumeration, with the information you get, you are trying to get a foothold. Foothold means creating a bash shell. After bash shell, the next thing you are trying to do is what? You move to what? You move to privilege escalation. Good. So that's it.
So we cd it to robot, and then we ls to see the contents. So we see key 2 of 3, and then password the raw MD5. So we cast the password file, and we can see the MD5 hash in it. So using that, we first off crack the MD5 hash and then use it to switch user to robot, and it prompts us for a password. So we use the MD5 cracked hash that we got, which is ABCD to Z, which logs us into the robot user. So then,
so can you repeat that stage again? You said after you log in, you are able to, you saw a password, then you cracked it, then it logs us into the robot user. Okay, then from the robot user, how do you not get root access?
So we find files with root permission. So it searches through the file, searches through the directories, and then we see nmap here. So we now use nmap in interactive mode.
You are not actually hitting that particular vulnerability. That's SUID. That's SUID vulnerability. You understand? What you actually exploited there was SUID. Now, the key takeaways you take from this machine is not just trying to actually please me that you can actually get to root. It's understanding the vulnerability, mastering the concept, so that in case you see it in another place, you can take advantage of it. Can you stop sharing your screen? I think you are done. So if you come here, so that you actually, That's why all you take away from us is expertise. Now, those we meet after 2 years and they tell you that they have gone rusty, it's simply because they are lazy and what they are not working on themselves. Now, these are all your findings in Mr. Robot. This is what you did. You understand? So if I come here, see. Okay. So you see, it's actually a very long. So if I come here one, make use of tools, modern day learning. So that I didn't copy it. Control C. Okay, let me just actually talk about SUID. The idea is not this is not university classroom where you copy and paste and that set user ID binaries. So that's the privilege escalation via what SUID. That's what you just did, and you barely don't know it. Are you saying it? So this is what you did. Remediation, how to fix, avoid SUID is as dangerous binary. Change mode. Simple and straightforward. So these are the takeaways you should take away from. In case you want to look at the remediation for that machine, I've shown you what to do. So like I said, one more, we are here in the industry, and you can see there is a clear difference between our standard and what you get in other trainings. You're already doing penetration testing. You're only moving. What you are saying currently is tier 1. What you are saying is tier 1. When you stop, there's no solution you are selling to anybody. You're only just talking as if you are mastering the concept. You need to move to that level and start talking solution, identifying problem and talking solution. Those are tier 2 per personnel. Are you with me? So that's the way it is. So it comes with what? Hard work and mastery. So that's it. So you'll be getting, you move on to the next, after today, you move on to the next one. So the pattern in which you do it, tailor it towards it. Each vulnerability, study them. Let it be in your own personal mastery note that you use for future what? Penetration testing. Except you're telling me you don't want to practice. Do you get it clearly? So maybe all those big money you see, you understand, you are supposed to watch every penny. That's the truth. And for those of you who have international aspiration, the fact that your face looks black is actually what? A demerit. That's the more reason you have to start learning how to watch every penny. For everything they ask you, okay, so that it doesn't look as if I am actually making noise. I think it's perhaps now, so that you listen to this. I've told you that the difference is that you are busy learning theory, while people outside this world keep prep. Okay, that's it. Can you hear me? Can you hear this stuff?
Interview questions. And he told me, perhaps they asked me about DNS poisoning. I am able to explain because I practically done that. But when they asked me about what is zone records, what is DNS, how DNS works, I was blank. So my humble request is whoever preparing for the SOC interview, cybersecurity interviews and all that, if you're planning for jobs on that area, it's not about how good with the attack, but you also need to understand how the technology works, how DNS works, how DHCP works. Until you don't know about this, there's no point of understanding the attack. Today, one of the candidate has reached out to me and basically asked about, Prab, I failed in one of the interview questions. And he told me, Prab, they asked me about DNS poisoning. I am able to explain because I practically done that. But when they asked me about what is zone records, what is DNS, how DNS works.
So I think I've actually made my point. So sorry, just 1 minute. Let me pause this. So I've made my point. Where I'm going to it, it's not enough coming here, cramming all this stuff. Understand how the technology works. All these things you see, they are technologies. So understand the vulnerability and most importantly, understand the remediation. So before you do 10, 15, 20 machines, and you actually know all those words, sorry, excuse me, vulnerability, the remediation, is a whole worth of experience out there. Are you following me? Good. So
Yes,
that's the reason why we added this to the training. So that when people are asking you, you are not sounding like somebody is in the lab. You are sounding like somebody who is already practicing at what? At a high level. Do you get it clearly? So that's it. Do you have any question for us?
no, sir.
Okay, good. So that's it. So as you're preparing to go back to school, we wish you all the best in your career journey. The next person, please.
Okay, so can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you need to speak up a little.
Okay, is this better? So this is Kyoptrix 1. The first thing I did was to identify the IP address of the system, and then I found the versions and just tried to gain more information concerning the open ports and the versions of the ports that were open. So we found Samba, SMBD, Apache 1.3.20, OpenSSH, and we decided to focus on Samba. So we used MSF console to search for the Samba exploit that we can use to create a shell. So by searching type X and the name Samba, we're able to see multiple ones. So we decided to use the Linux x86 Metapreter reverse TCP in order to create a reverse a shell that we can interact with and just gain more information and escalate privileges. So we set our host to the IP of the machine. We did show payloads because we obviously, if you put options, you'll be able to see the payload that's already there. But we tried using the payload that was there and it didn't work. So we decided to change the payload, right? And then once we hit show payloads, and we saw multiple payloads there, and then I decided to use the Linux x86 shell underscore reverse TCP. This is a stageless payload. The original payload was a stage payload and it didn't work. So we decided to use the stageless one. And then it created multiple shells, and from there we were able to gain access.
Okay,
So
just one. So now from your enumeration before you go to foothold, I think the foothold and the for this particular one, the foothold and the privilege escalation. But what we don't know is if you actually background and do session, we don't know if you are a real root user, but you say, who am I showing you root? That means you have root access. Now, what I'm saying is, apart from this method, what other ways do you know of actually doing what? Enumeration on Samba servers, SMB, from what you've learned? You know, we gave you a template of SM and enumeration that I told you guys to develop, so that when you are doing things like this, you could fall back to it, look at the command, and actually do it. Now, I know we have XMB clients that can actually check for anonymous login.
Yes.
Now,
Yes,
you
sir.
can actually use that to log in.
Yes.
Can you tell me about that and a norm for Linux?
How I can use SMB clients?
Yes. For anonymous login, what command would you use to actually exploit SMB client for anonymous login?
Forgotten. And I did it for one of the machines too.
So you don't need to forget. You are still in training. We just want you to be sure. Now we just want you to be sure that you can connect the dots. Now, the beauty about cybersecurity or expertise is one problem, you have multiple solutions, multiple routes to the answer. Do you get it clearly? You have multiple routes to the answer. Do you get it clearly? So that's what you should go back and look at. Now, after doing it, you should be able to provide, sorry, let me share my screen and show you this template. So the guys are not, you are not doing this because maybe you want to watch one video and come back and copy and paste for us. We are not interested in that. Okay, I think this is it this? So you should be able to actually, these machines, this general information, these steps. Now, when you pick the steps you do, vulnerabilities, you actually got. Now, report and findings. There should be a part of remediation where you are telling them the solutions to now. Now, I broke them down into enumeration, foothold, then what? Privilege escalation. So the amount of damage you're able to do, how exposed is the cybersecurity asset. The next thing you want to start telling the client is what are the ways to protect yourself? Did you get it clearly? What and what? So yes, you are still learning. Now we are actually in an advanced form of what? So if you pick here of learning, so you can pick this, come here, and actually come here, so that the next time you are coming, you're not just coming with reports, you are coming with remediation. Now you type in, so you learn more. This is exploit steps for culprits. 1. So it tells you, use firewalls, you understand, metaphoric version detection, you understand, search exploits. So it tells you how to block all those loopholes you've actually discovered. So if you have done something like this for 100 machines, it becomes an easy crossover to start testing live sites. Do you get it clearly? So this actually gives you a what steps, so you should be included in the next presentation you are doing. So with this, you are learning more on what you've actually, so you can move to 2. So I'm just giving you a guideline on how future presentations should look like.
Okay, so Culprits 2. We use Nmap to discover the IP and then look for the services and the versions.
Sorry, is it possible for you to increase the volume of your voice? I'm struggling to hear you. Or is it the microphone?
It should be the microphone.
No, I think it's from your hand. My stuff is on 100 here. And others have been talking. I can hear them clearly.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you
now.
Better now. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So we use Nmap to discover the IP, and then we use the flags to. I have an SV and I have an SS with more information like the versions for the open ports. So we discovered OpenSSH, Apache HTTP, and MySQL, all of these. Right. The next thing we did was focus on the SQL part of it. So we input the IP. Sorry, we discovered that Apache is open, right? So what we do is we go on our browser and input the IP address.
Sorry, so what informs you that you could get something from the web interface? Which web interface, which port and which port should be open?
Is Apache HTTP.
Port what?
80.
Port 80. Okay, all right, that's fine. Can you go back to that Nmap scan? So you have port 22 open, running service open SSH 3.9. You have port 80 open, that means, and port 443 open, that means you can access those. Now, it's telling you that the Apache is running a CentOS already.
Yes.
That's the operating now. You have ports. Okay, you can continue. Then it's telling you that there's a MySQL port open already. So there's a MySQL port open unauthorized. That means, are you seeing that you could exploit it? So take advantage of information before you start lashing into what. That's what enumeration is all about. So telling you that it is unauthorized. That is why you could easily what bypass it. So you can continue because you are rushing so much. You are not actually paying attention to those little informations. You can go on.
Okay, so we go on our browser and input the IP address, and then we are met with this login form. So we use a simple SQL code to bypass it. So we just put admin and put colon or 1 equal to 1 hyphen. This is what we used for the password, and that's how we bypassed it, and we gained access into this part where we could ping anything.
Can you explain that particular XML code you use?
The SQL code. I don't know how to explain it, but all I know is that it does
you copy and pasted. Now that is it. Are you not supposed to put an hashtag at the end of it so that it bypasses every other thing that comes after it?
No, I put it like this from here
now,
down.
From the best of my knowledge, most of the banks are no longer using MySQL. They're using Oracle database. So all those time last year, they were all upgrading to Oracle database. It's simply because they use database and the way people are actually breaking. So pay attention. All these things you are learning, you understand? It took them 1 week to do the migration. So they were getting hits back to back. You understand? There is actually we call something pros and cons. While this is good, you are learning. Some idiots who are criminals are learning the same thing. So it's with them. They actually, some of you go back to your school and start looking for where to attack your school's database. I hope you get it. So those are the things we actually look at while we actually try to censor what we actually give. However, we need to produce what? Experts who are successful in the industry. So these things you're using, some people are still using this, while some high commercial have upgraded because technology is expensive. The more sophisticated, the more the cost of retaining it, and the business has to be profitable. You can continue. So it's good you understand what it's doing. There was an hashtag behind it that bypasses every other thing that you put. Now, the whole thing is that 1 is always equals to 1. What it actually does, you understand, means it's always true. It gives you access simply because there was no whitelisting on that database. So you understand, it doesn't whitelist or it did not whitelist any of these particular comments. We'll get to the part where you actually see what the remediation. You can continue.
So
yeah, you can continue.
Okay, so upon injecting it, we were taken to a new page where commands can be input. Now, the results of putting who am I to test, we used who am I to test whether a remote command execution could be possible, which is obviously a vulnerability. So we did who am I to just test if it was working, and it worked. So that's a vulnerability that should be considered. Now, we decided to create a listener with Netcat, right?
What I said is enumeration. We are trying to see how you can get a foothold on the target machine. Now, in the space of enumeration, you've been able to actually identify the target IP. You've been able to actually get a place, a spot from the web page where you can do a remote code to the target IP. Now, part of what you want to do, that you've been able to bypass login into a particular web admin page where you now have a remote code access. The next thing you want to do, you want to see how you can actually create a shell, so that a reverse shell, so that you can create a what? A foothold on the target, have access to it. So try to connect your conversation in that line. Now, once you have a foothold through a bash shell, maybe if the bash shell is not very interactive, you want to make it more interactive, then you want to escalate your privilege so you become a root user. Those are all the things you're doing in this machine, nothing more. So that part of that journey has to be very well articulated and perfect so that you understand different ways of doing it.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so you can continue. So let your conversation dance around those particular 3 stages: enumeration, foothold, privilege escalation.
Okay. So now we are creating a reverse shell. We want to create a reverse shell in order to interact with the system and escalate our privileges to root. So we use netcat to create a listener, netcat-nvlp on port 444, right? And then we are now enumerating. So we use uname-a to see the version of the kernel. So we're using kernel 2.69. We also did the kernel 2.69 is strongly associated with the older version of Red Hat based distribution. So we cut the etc Red Hat hyphen release, and upon cutting it, we saw that it's under CentOS release 4.5. Now we're going to use search exploits to look for public exploits and vulnerabilities. So we did search exploits hyphen kernel 2.6, and then we grabbed escalation.
Can you come back to the place where you got a shell?
Okay. So after
getting the shell, what did you notice about the shell? Was it an interactive shell?
It was, to an extent.
Okay, you could actually do it. What and what commands did they allow you to do? Maybe you could actually do ls, uname-i, uname-a to actually get what the how I put it, the distro of the what, the particular OS you are using. So hit those specific words when you are explaining. Do you get it clearly? Good. Yes, all right, you can move on. We have 20 minutes more.
Okay, so upon creating the listener, I went and I did uname-a to find the version of the kernel, and we discovered kernel 2.69, and then it's strongly related to the older version of the Red Hat based distribution system. So we cut etc Red Hat -release, and then we saw CentOS release 4.5. So what we did was we used search exploits to look for public exploits and vulnerabilities. So we did search exploits kernel 2.6 because that's what we found, and then we grabbed escalation because there was a lot, and then we also grabbed CentOS because obviously that's the information that we got from upon cutting the etc Red Hat release file. So after doing that, we found one, and then we downloaded it. We used search -m, and then we downloaded the .c file, and then the.
Sorry, can you slow down? Can you slow down to the when you use search exploit? There were so many options there. Why did you use that particular one? There's one that is actually a metasploit table. There is one. Why did you use this particular one? Because that's the one that actually has to do with what? CentOS. Are you saying? So yes, that particular one has to do with and is what it is not it's not Ruby. It's not metasploit table. So please, those little details has to be in what you're saying.
Okay, so.
Okay, you downloaded it to your what? Linux machine, host machine, using searchploit-m.
Yes.
Good. Then what else did you do?
The next thing was I opened the file where it was by using python-m http server 80 port 80 so that I can use widgets to download it on the listener on the reverse shell that I created. So I did the widgets http colon with my IP address, and then I downloaded the file into the shell that I had created. And then I used GCC. I didn't know what it was prior to the video, so in the video they said that I should look for which GCC, and it existed in the shell. So I used GCC to run the file, and then
So you use
after
GCC to do what?
to run the file,
To
I did.
compile. That's a what human readable file. You want to actually compile it to a machine what readable file so that it can be exploitable. You want to turn it to an exploit. So the GCC is used to compile. Now, after compiling it, you put an -O so that it can actually, you compile it with an output. Now, is that output that you now would run? Now, understand that that thing is an exploit. So you downloaded the raw TXT file, you now compiled it into what? An executable file. Do you get it? So when you did exploit,
Yes, sir.
you store some frameworks in Metasploit. Now that one is .txt. Maybe you go back and look at it. So you actually it's a human readable file. You want to actually make it what? An exploit. So you use GCC to compile it out into what? Now maybe you can now change it to an executable if it doesn't have .7 in its attribute. Then you now run it. Now when you run it, then the next thing it gives you what? Once you run it, it gives you what? The root privilege there. I hope you get it. The other way is you try out all those other exploits to see if it can give you what? A privilege escalation. However, you choose to actually run this within that particular what? Foothold you have to give you what? A privilege escalation. All right. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay. Key objects 3. So in this one, after discovering the IP with Nmap, we looked at the open ports and the versions that were in it. So there is SSH, there's HTTP that are open. So Apache, we can search for the IP address on our browser and see what we find there. We can also log in with the SSH. You can also log in with SSH, right? So the first thing that we did was, because we know that on port 80 it's available, it's open, and we can search for it on port 80. We used derb to gain more information concerning the files and the directories that exist and that might aid in our penetration. So we did derb HTTP colon the IP address of the machine, and then we found a bunch of directories that are available after it generated common names and all of that. So it revealed PHP myadmin, right? So which is a general graphic user interface for interacting with MySQL. And we went there and we'd have to log in, but we weren't able to log in like by guessing a bunch of random passwords. So the next thing we did was investigated more, and then we did the IP address with index.php system equal to admin, and then we saw a different thing, and then we discovered that it's powered by Lotus CMS, right? So one way we could have done this is using MSF console. We could have searched for the Lotus CMS exploit and went through that part, but I tried doing it and it didn't work, so we moved
Sorry,
on
how
to
did you
another
get to this page? How did you get to this page?
we did Derby. So
Okay.
Derby is used to gain more
It
information
shows you that
concerning
you have a directory of my PHP my admin, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, that's fine. So you now brought you to this page.
Yes. And I tried using a bunch of random passwords, but obviously it did not work. And then we tried getting more information.
How did you get about this Lotus CMS index PHP?
This is also a directory.
Okay, all right, that's fine. We can
So
move
I
on.
discovered Lotus CMS, and I'm saying that we could have used MSF console, but for some reason the payload
wasn't working.
Yes. So we moved on and we used SQL map.
Yeah, but my question is this: with this particular SQL map, fine, it gives you it actually shortened. But how did you get to gallery.php ID equals 1?
I saw it in the video and the link existed. So because I even checked the Derby and this gallery, because I have a screenshot of the Derby. This is the most, see it here, the directory gallery 192 dots. So you can see it, right?
Okay, can we go to this particular? Do you have this machine up and running? No, is that Mr. Robot or?
Oh,
Okay, don't bother. Don't bother stressing yourself. Just continue. Don't bother stressing. Just cancel.
okay. But yes, I tried. Even when I opened it, it wasn't there. But I don't know how they got it. But I just used it. It took a lot of my time. So I now got these passwords and their usernames, and we used it to exploit. So we created a we logged in with SSH and the used the user loan ferret and the password Star Wars. So once we gained access, we started trying to gain more information. Now we did
Sorry,
LS.
can you summarize this? Now, how
Okay.
you got a foothold? All you did was enumeration up until the time you got a foothold. Now, how did you get a foothold in that particular one? You, after getting the username and password, you now
Yes.
use SSH connection to get a foothold.
Yes, sir.
That's create a shell with the target machine. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Can you go back to that place?
This is where
Okay,
I
good.
got the food.
Now, then from there, the next thing is you are looking for a way to how to what? Escalate
Privileges.
privilege. What and what did you do?
At first I started looking around and we saw a file called company policy.readme. And then upon cutting the file, we saw sudo ht. So we decided to run the command. So we just did sudo ht and then we got to this page. So in this
How
page,
did
we
you
now
get it?
did
What command did you use to get to this page?
sudo ht.
No, sudo ht will not take you here. What there is a shortcut. Sudo ht will not take you here.
The sudo ht I used. Look, this is a screenshot of what I do. Please use the command. That's what I ran. After running the command, we found this. We pressed. That's
Which
exactly what I
which
did.
shortcut? Did you press F3 or which command did you press to bring
I
out this?
pressed F3.
F3
I
worked on
pressed
your
F3.
system. F3,
Yes,
F3 worked on your system.
yes. I pressed sudo ht and then it opened this part. And then I pressed F3 to open the part where I can put the etc/sudo as.
Okay, continue.
So after putting the directory etc/sudo as, we now see the our user privileges specification. We now add the bin bash, which will give us the ability to sudo and open a shell. So at this point, this is what we added, just this part, so that we can become root or just to the ability to use sudo. So after doing this, we now hit F10 and select yes to save it. So upon saving it, we now did sudo bin bash and then we cd to root. Sorry, we cd root. We did sudo bin bash so that we can move to root, and then we did cd to root, and then we now did ls-leh, and then we got all the files in there, and you can see this congrats.txt. Obviously, we have achieved what we wanted to achieve because we are now root user. So this congrats file contained like congratulatory votes. So
Okay, that should be, and you could not do 4 and 5, right?
I couldn't do,
Um,
yes, I couldn't do 4 and 5, no.
okay, move to Mr. Robot.
Okay, so Mr. Robot, we discovered the IP address and then we got more information concerning the services and the versions, and then HTTP is open, SSL HTTP is open, SSH is open, So obviously we can put the IP address on our browser and gain more information concerning that. But we first did GoBuster to discover a bunch of what is it called? Directories, right? So we did GoBuster dir-u with the IP address of the machine, and then yeah, we got more information. So there is /admin, there's atom, there's dashboard, there's index.html, there's robots.txt, and this caught our eyes. There's also WP admin, which is also a part that we can use to attack. So we first did the robots.txt, where is it? Robots.txt /robots.txt. And then how we got that was we input the IP address and then we did /robots.txt for the information, and then we saw all of these here. We can download all these files. So once we saw this, because the whole description for this system was to get all the 3 flags. So this is the first flag. So what we just did was, instead of putting robots.txt, we just put this key here, key -1 of 3. We just put it here, and then we got the hash for the first flag. But there's also another file here, fsociety.dic. Now we download it. Then we use crawl HTTP and then downloaded the file into a TXT file. And then upon casting it, we discovered that is a bunch of it's a list, right? It's a username list or a password list. It's basically just a list. So we use Hydra to because I didn't put this here, but there is
Okay, you are back.
so
I'm with you. I can hear you. You are back. You went off for a while. So
okay.
you are saying Hydra?
Yes, I used Hydra, but before that, I didn't take a screenshot of this. I don't know why. There is
What did you use Hydra to do to get the username and password?
yes, I used Hydra to get the username.
Okay, let me show me that part of the when you use Hydra.
Okay, look at it there. See it here. Hydra -vv -l.
So what was the service that you actually did? What was the service?
It's WP. That's what I'm saying. I did not take a picture. If you look at the GoBuster file, WordPress is what it is. There is a bunch of WP-admin, WP content, and this is basically what I used.
No, it's not WP. Because what we have there is WP. Is it connect or admin? It's not the admin page you are trying
in the Hydra WP login.
Okay.
See it here.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Because I was wondering, okay, did he give you the right username? Which username?
Yes, Elliot gave me a bunch. There was Elliot with different spellings. This dummy.txt is just a password that I used. It's not a file. It's just one password. And obviously I expected it to be wrong, so I just took the Elliot from the name.
No, it looks like your because you say fan password Elliot. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Okay.
But what you need to take away from here, it's the right way to do it. Now, this is the right way to do it. I think I demonstrated it to your brother. Because in the real life, you will not actually have a video and you need to get results. Are you seeing found password? Are you seeing another one? Found username. This is a Python script.
How do you?
Okay, sorry, just 1 minute. Okay, this Mr. Robot is still on, right? Control G. Okay, good. Now, if you come here, this is the web page where you are logging in, right? This is the login page. Now, when you type in you come to you click inspect. When you come in, you actually try to log in with either a wrong username and password. Right click on it. Now this is the login. Right click on it.
Yeah.
Call, copy as call, CURL.
Okay.
Now you come to call converter, paste it here. It will generate a Python script. Now you can now modify the Python script to actually give you what? Brute force that target and actually give you the right username. So you can do that for username. You can do that for password. So if you come back here, that's what we did. So you are taking the input already from the web page, so you don't need to remote. So now you have a, although there is a list of what usernames and data sheets here. Sorry, if I come here. Jenny. So if I come and pick, open. Okay, we are here. So this one of the scripts. Huh? What happened? Oh, sorry. Open. Document. So as you can see, this is the script. Now, most of the script was already given to you by that particular website. You understand? That's why I say you learn to you, because you are picking what? A post request already from the web interface, and you're converting it to a Python script. Now, it already has all this. Now, what we actually added was this particular part with open. Now, we added the part where it actually uses a what? How will I put it? A list filled with what? Username and password. So data is equals to log. Now, this is the line.strip. This is the username. Password, we gave it admin, a fixed password. So if invalid, now when you actually try to log in here, it gives you a response, which is what? Invalid username. Are you saying invalid username?
Yeah.
So if invalid username in what? If invalid username not in response, that means it's the right password. Print found valid username. So the one that does not give you, so it will try all those particular words and actually give you what? The right password.
Okay.
Do you
So
get
it
it?
was call converter.
Call converter. The website is callconverter.com.
Okay, so.
So you can use that for both username and password. So build capabilities that you can use repeatedly for different particular tests. So you can go on.
So I used Hydra to get the username, right? And then I used WP scan to get the password. So I did WP scan hyphen URL with the HTTP, and then we use your username as Elliot and then the password as the password file, and then we got the exact password. Now we log into the WPS. So using the password that we got for Elliot, we log in, and then we went to the templates file, the theme file, and then some of the themes there and we create.
Is it PHP or Metasploit or MSM Venom?
MSF Venom.
Okay, all right. So I'm seeing MSM Venom. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. It's MSM Venom.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. It's okay. And you used it and it worked.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Can you please screenshot this and actually share on the platform? Because the person who came before you said he tried MSM Venom, it did not work. And I tried it on my own, it actually worked. So the payload, most important, no, don't paste this part. Just paste where you have the payload.
Yeah.
Yes. and paste the part where, screenshot the part where you actually ran it, and it gives you a photo.
Okay.
Okay, okay, that's fine. You can screenshot that.
Okay. So yes, I created a payload and copied the raw code and input it into the theme file. So this is the payload. I used MSF Venom -p PHP Meterpreter reverse TCP, and then my L host and then the ports. So I got the raw version and then I put it into the theme. So after adding the script to the template, I saved it. Now I went on MSF console, right? To
How did you actually to set the? I know you actually have to set a listener on MSF console. How did you actually detonate this payload on the web interface?
I ran let me show you. I ran this HTTP WP. I just ran the specific line, the specific name. I just went directly to it. I just did, this is the port number, this is the IP address, this is WP-content, which is obviously the place where the theme was that I inputted it. And then I put 2015 slash 404.php.
There's an explanation you actually missing out. Now, this particular Mr. Robot case scenario is when you are able to get access into a web control panel. I don't know if you know web development very well. Then there's a web admin, there's a control panel. In that control panel, there are different places. Now, this guy, what he did was he actually went to place it where you have 404 page. 404 page is page that does not exist.
Okay.
You get it? So 404 page. That 404 page, once you go there and actually try to access any page that does not exist, it will activate what? The payload.
Okay.
So when you are searching for something on a particular website and that page does not exist, there is a template for actually telling you that that particular page does not exist. So he could actually put the payload on different parts of the website, but he put it on what? The 404 page. So when you go to that 404 page, even if you don't put this 404, you put Michael or XXXXS, it will activate the payload. That's why I'm very particular, so that you will understand whether you understand what the guy did there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. You can move on. Now show us where you created the photo.
This is MSF console. So we hit export and then we created it. We created the session. The session opened after running this 404 page. So now we are inside. Now we are interacting with the system with our Meterpreter. So we did system info for more information, and we discovered the OS version.
Okay, good. How are you able to actually upgrade to this thing, root user from here?
There was a password that we got.
Then when you ran that password, what did it give to you?
We used CrackStation to get the password.
Okay, good. That this is the right part. Now, for you to actually upgrade from it, you have to come down to
Python
shell
command.
No, you have to come down to shell. You cannot do it within the interpreter.
Okay.
You have to come down to shell. You understand? You have to come
Yes,
down
sir.
to shell. You will not be able to do that particular stuff in the interpreter. That's where I want to be sure you did the right thing. So you have to come
Yes.
down to shell. Then from shell, you actually upgrade the capability of the shell. You have to bin bash. Now, when you have bin bash, you now impute what this particular
Python.
password you got from this thing. Then it gives you what access to. Then you now try to actually look at the vulnerability SUID vulnerability using find. Then you use, I don't know if you use that what you did, nmap interactive. Then with that, you can
Yeah, that's why it's
down upgrade to what root user. I think let's stop here. Let's stop here. So the next ones you'll be doing, you now understand the direction you should go. We are not actually doing all this for you to copy and paste. Now,
yes, sir.
go back and look at, break it down into enumeration, foothold, and what? Privilege escalation. They come in different attack vectors and technicalities. So master them in terms of technical input, then understand. Now, obviously, you know that when you actually create a shell and the shell is not very interactive, you could import what a Python mode, that Python C input. Now,
Yes.
PTY or PTY does spawn to actually bring the bash to actually upgrade. Do you
Yes,
get
sir.
it? Then you could
Yes,
actually use
sir.
XTEM and the rest of them to actually make it more interactive. You didn't know that before. So the more you
Yeah.
solve more machines, you now do you get it clearly? That's
Yes, sir.
good. So the more you solve more machines, you actually had more capability. I think that's all. The next guy starts
Okay.
from up here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
So, uh, this is just the presentation part of the report. I also have a Microsoft Word document showing
Do you have a
all
cherry
the
tree?
screenshots for the
Do you have a cherry tree view
um
of yeah?
not specifically for this VM. I only did territory for Mr. Robots.
You should have cherry tree for all of them. What we just want is this. You are not doing a report yet. What we just want is one, walk us through the technical steps you took to actually get to privileged escalation. At this point, you are interested in how you got to enumeration. From enumeration, how you got to foothold. From foothold, how you now move to what? Getting privileged escalation and actually becoming a root user. So that is what we want. Those reports that you can't do a report for a machine test. Now from there, the next you graduate to, once you have a foot to translate it into what a pure penetration testing, or then give us remediation for each of those vulnerabilities you've been able to what discover. But let's see what you can do from the first part. So you can continue. So enumeration, foothold, privilege escalation.
Okay. So for this VM, Keyoptrix level 1, the aim is to get root access in any means possible. Okay. All right. So you can see that here the machine name is Keyoptrix, runs on the Linux operating system, and the objective here is to get root access. So first we do an nmap scan to identify the ports, but sorry, to just make it go hand in hand. So here I started with network discovery. So we did a ping scan on the network range of my network here. We did a ping scan and it identified the network, which is .93.21. So next I did a service version check. So this reveals all the open ports.
Can you expand the size of that word so that one can see it legibly? Can you expand the size a bit? Okay, that's okay now.
So we did a service version check. This shows us that the SSH, HTTP, the bind, the Samba, and the status ports were open. So for this VM, you can identify the vulnerabilities now. Identify that the Samba, specifically the Samba version is prone to an overflow buffer. So basically an overflow buffer. So here I use Metasploit and search for Samba. This showed a Samba trust open overflow. So then I use the module here. Then I set the parameters. So the R host, the R ports, the L host, the L ports. Then I run this. So this tries different return addresses. And then it opens a session if one works. Then I checked one of the sessions. Then I typed who am I and it shows roots, which confirmed that I have access to the system as root user. So as further proof, I carted the shadow file from the system, and this is what it showed.
Okay, just before we get to the part of just before we get to the part of okay, is this okay? Continue with that. Let me see the attack listing and summary.
Let's see. Okay.
Let's see that part. You can continue.
You can see here the attack chain summary. Mmap identified target open ports and vulnerable Samba service. Research confirmed the Samba trust open buffer overflow vulnerability, and Metasploit was used to successfully exploit the vulnerability, achieving root access. So the attack chain was a clear illustration of common exploitation sequence, but began with comprehensive reconnaissance, led to discovery of the vulnerable service, and a well-placed exploit granted immediate root access.
Okay, well, let me see the defensive and the defensive and the I think something there's a page before this particular part.
Okay. Lessons learned and defensive measures. Failure to update services like Samba can lead to defaults or insecure configurations, the ease of exploitations. So the defensive measures, here we have patch management, implement regular patching for all systems, software, and services, network segmentations, avoid exposing internal services like Samba, and IDS, intrusion detection systems. Deploy an IDS to detect unknown exploit signature and anomalous activities.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Sorry, what other ways do you know how to exploit Samba than this particular ones you did from the trainings we have taught you? We gave some tools that you can use to exploit Samba, most especially Samba. SMB enumeration.
Yes, I did the SMB enumeration, but that's where it led me to. So for me, the easiest way was to use Metasploit.
Okay,
there was also
which other methods do you know?
There was also using exploit DB, going to the exploit DB, and there was a exploit for remote code execution. That was also one of the vulnerabilities.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Can we move on to the next machine?
Okay. Level 2.
Okay, you did presentations for each level.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. That's very good.
So for this system is level 2 on VULN-HUB, running the CentOS Linux distribution, intermediate level challenge. The objective here is to get root privilege by any means possible, and the tools used were a web browser, Nmap, Netcat, and Wiget, also a GCC compiler. The Nmap scan result reveals several key open ports. Port 22.
Do you have a screenshot? Do you have a screenshot for this?
Yes, yes.
Please show us the screenshot as you're explaining.
Okay, let me start this. You can see here we started with network discovery. We checked our network range and we found the IP address here. Then we scanned for open ports. We have SSH, HTTP, and HTTPS. This is what I used. Nmap-SB-A. So we discovered I had the web server, that's port 80 open. So we can use a web browser to search for that particular web server and gives us a login screen. So I first tried using SQL injection. Since the page here looks vulnerable to SQL, I used SQL injection, used the command 1 or 1 equals 1.
Hello, that is not actually what informs you that this actually is vulnerable. Go back to your scan. Go back to your scan. There's a part where you get the SQL there. What do you see in the service type of SQL? It's open. Showed an open SQL port.
Openness.
Or is it not? Is it not this one?
It's not.
Is that the only port you saw?
Yeah, these are the only ports that are open for this machine.
Okay. Maybe it's another machine. There is one that actually saw SQL unauthorized. I think it's Mr. Robot. Sorry about that.
Okay. So you can use various tools to determine if SQL is possible, like Nikto. You can use Nikto-H, the IP address, to check if SQL injection is possible. But obviously, by default, if you see a login page, you can first try SQL. So this gives us a ping network utility here. After using the SQL injection, this gives a ping network utility. So we can try to run some exploits. So here I use the command localhost, then semicolon and ID. So the semicolon basically acts as a divider between each command. The first one pings the localhost, and the second one does an ID on the machine. So this gives us Apache as the user. So we determine that the ping box is vulnerable to arbitrary commands. So here you can use that to gain an interactive shell. So here we ping the IP address, we ping the localhost here, then we use this --i and /dev/tcp. Then the attacker's IP address and the ports to connect back to. So we can set up a netcat listener on the attacker's machine so that when this is run, it connects back to the attacker, which establishes a reverse shell back to us. And this is it here. And netcat-NLVP443. So this listens in for any requests and it gives us a bash shell. So I searched on the internet for potential exploits. I searched for potential exploits for this Linux version and gives us the IP append data ring privilege escalation exploits. So we can get the exploits. After getting it from exploit DB on the attacker machine, we put it on the attacker machine, and then we can use okay, here we used Wiget. You can see here we used Wiget, the attacker's IP address, and the HTTP server to get the exploits from the attacker, and then we compile it. Sorry, here. GCC9542.c. We compile it here, and then we use ls to show, and it gives us a.out as the default compiled file name. And then we run it, and here After running it, we did ID and gives us root as the current user. Then as further proof, we carted the shadow file from the system. So moving back to the presentation. So we can see here, privilege escalation. So lessons learned and defensive measures. We have chain vulnerabilities. Low severity flaws can become critical. A single weakness can initiate a complex attack chain. Then we have input sanitization, crucial for all user input fields, prevents SQL injection. Patch management, that is getting the latest patches, and we have least privilege. Web server should lack compilation tools, limit permissions to essential functions only. So final recommendations, we have rewrite web application, update system kernel, and implement egress filtering. That's all for level 2. So moving on to level 3. So the machine is a Linux Ubuntu distribution. Primary objective the goal was to escalate privileges through chain vulnerabilities. So let me get the level 3 reports. So it was conducted on the virtual machine. The assessment reviewed several critical vulnerabilities when chained together, allowed for a complete system compromise, culminating in root access. So the key findings of this assessment are SQL injection, weak password hashing, and improper pseudo configuration. So first, we start with network discovery. Here for this particular one, I use NetDiscover to check for current networks and give us the IP address as .106.38. Then I did a port scan, which gives us port 22 SSH open and port 80, the web server, Apache HTTP 2.8. So web application exploitation. So first I check the web server and it gives us this. Then I run nicto on the web server, nicto-h, the IP address, and it found a PHP installation here. You can see PHP admin directory found, which means the web page is vulnerable to exploitation. So the web applications gallery page was found to be vulnerable to SQL injection. This was exploited using SQL map to enumerate the database. So here, the main command I used for exploiting this system was SQL map. So SQL map 2 was used to dump the dev accounts table from the gallery database. This table contained usernames and MD5 password hashes for 2 users, Dreg and Lone Ferrets. Sorry for the typo. So I used SQL map to identify the available databases on the server. Then I saw there were gallery, there was information schema, and there was
let me see the data. Let me see the steps.
The steps
you used to do that. The steps you used to identify the databases. I'm just seeing one snap. SQL map what?
Not in these documents, penetration test and screenshots. I did not take screenshots for that. I just took for the ending parts.
Okay.
For this, that only show the dumped database information for dev accounts.
So are you the one giving these guys? Are you the one giving these guys information? What's the name? Chidera.
Giving him information.
Okay, you can continue because this is what he showed, and I knew you have to actually investigate the how will I put it database before you get to this particular place.
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I did.
Okay, all right, you can continue.
So after getting the password hashes, I can use hashcards to get the actual passwords, which shows as drag master as the password, low ferret star was as the password. I see it here, the hashes and the actual password. So we use the credentials we got previously to access SSH, check if SSH was available. So here, after typing, we inputted the password and it shows here, this is it here, ID, shows ID as no ferret. Then after this, we try to attempt privilege escalation. The sudo-l command revealed that no ferret could execute local bin ht command as the root user without providing a password. You can see sudo-l shows the specific things we can use here. So I use sudo ht/etc/sudo as, but it could not open. So I then used export temp equals xtemp -follow. Then I use sudo ht again, and then it opened this. So this opened the sudo as file here. Then we can just here, in this open file here, we can type /etc/sudo as here. And then this opens this file here. Then we can see low ferret here has the permission user/bin/su and ht. And then I added this /bin/sh to the sudo as file here to allow for a root shell to be opened. So after that, I exited from the text editor, then I used sudo/bin/sh, and then it spawned the shell and gives us roots. Then I captured the password file as proof. So vulnerability analysis and remediation, this section details the identified vulnerabilities and provides specific actionable steps for remediation. So we have the SQL injection vulnerability, weak password hashing, improper pseudo configuration, outdated software. So these are all the vulnerabilities found in the system.
Okay, let's move to the next machine.
Okay, next machine. Yeah, I can use cherry tree for this.
That's Ciopetrix. Or is it Ciopetrix or which one?
Mr. Robot.
Okay, you are not able to do 4 and 5.
Yeah, I was not able to do 4 and 5.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
So we first start with the information gathering. Phase focuses on initial discovery and enumeration of target system. Primary goal is to build a functional understanding of the target's network presence and potential attack surface. So we start with a network scan. Network discovery. We run a ping scan on the IP address range, which shows us the .106.110 as the actual IP address. So subdomains and subdomains is not applicable to the it's not applicable to the Mr. Robot machine. So the target was identified by an IP address on a local network. No domain names were associated with this challenge, so domain and subdomain enumeration were not performed. So we have network reconnaissance. Section covers active scanning and probing of target IP address to identify live services and open ports. So port scanning, an mmap service scan was executed to identify open ports. You can see here we have port 80, the web server, also port 443, and then port 22 as closed. So moving on to the vulnerability identification session, this phase details the process of finding and exploiting vulnerabilities to gain access and escalate privileges on the target machine. So first we do a robots.txt analysis. So the robots.txt file on the file server was examined, and the file disclosed 2 critical parts. The first key, and a dictionary file, likely a word list. Then after that, a Nikto scan was run against the web server. Scan confirmed the server was running a WordPress installation, providing a specific target for further attacks. So you can see here, /WordPress, a WordPress installation was found. So I don't have the specific screenshot yet. I got access to the login page for the WordPress.
Only you go to the answer. Where did you get it? Where if you are using Hydra, it will show you password seen. Where is the password found?
The password file.
Password found. Is that I'm seeing? Okay. Okay.
So
No. Show that screenshot again. Show that screenshot. Okay, this one shows password found. This one is showing password found. Let me see how you actually go. This all the ones I've seen, I've not seen password found. Can you show the other one? What part of Hydra did you use? This looks more complete for me. What part of Hydra did you use there? Let me see the Hydra you used.
Hydra. This is Hydra-VV-L, which is the username file. First, you have to search for the username. So on the IP address, we are targeting the.
How did you search for the username?
How do I search for? I use the dictionary file I found on the robot.txt.
Okay, in your first, is this the second? How many times did you do Hydra? Is it once or twice?
I did Hydra twice. The first one was to find the username, and the second one then was to use the username to find the password.
Okay, do you have the first one and the second one?
So I did both of them here.
Okay,
yeah,
the first
one is just a bit more. This is the second one. This is the first one.
Let me see the first one. Can you expand it? Is it showing password found? Okay.
Can see the result. This is the result here after the brute forcing. This is the result, but this is the command I used.
Okay, what did you use as password? You use the password that lists.
I just used a random password. We just want to make sure that the username was confirmed as the actual username first.
Okay, using Hydra. Okay, all right, that's fine. Then when you now got the real username, you now actually now got.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
then I
that's
used
fine.
the username to brute force the password.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
That's good. As I got access to the Hydra. So here, this is the WordPress. This is the landing page for the WordPress. Then I searched through the WordPress, look for an editable PHP file. I found 404.php. Then I planted a reverse shell into it, as seen here in the screenshots. Then I deployed the netcat listener here, which gave us a shell. And the username as daemon. This is the shell here. So after I get the shell, we're trying to do privilege escalation. But first, I was searching through the system, and I found the home user folder. That's /home/robots. The directory was found to contain MD5 hash. So I copied the MD5 hash, then used John the Ripper to crack the hash. You can see here, John the Ripper gave us the password as ABCD. After getting the password, I went back to the terminal. Then I used Python to upgrade the file from a basic shell to a TTY shell. Because in a basic shell, you can't run switch user or SU. So you can see here, SU robots must be run from a terminal. This is what the error it gives us. I used Python to upgrade it to a TTY shell. So after using the Python -c imports and then use TTY, then switch user allows me to type in the password. And this is it here. So then I did a trying to escalate to root user. So basically the action was to search for SUID misconfigurations. So a search for files with the SUID bit set revealed that mmap was misconfigured, and the mmap-- interactive command was used to spawn a shell. The interactive mmap mode allowed for the execution of.
You don't have screenshot of all this. You just wrote it down.
I have screenshots. Says see proof of access. So we basically used SUID misconfiguration to get root access. Here, these are the keys. The main objective of the machine to get the 3 keys. These are the keys here.
Okay.
And then proof of access. Sorry, I didn't add this. Let me get the pen tester reports. Mr. Roberts. So WordPress, writable page before. Getting a reverse shell here. Let's cut this now. Okay, this is it. This command here was used to search for SUID bits here. So this shows all the SUID. And the one I'm interested in was the /user/local/bin/mmap, which is a no misconfiguration. Then we used mmap interactive here. After doing it, we used !OAMI gives us roots, which confirmed successful compromise. So we changed directory to, we spawned the shell, then we switched to the roots directory, and then we used ls, which shows us the third key here. This is how I got the third key. So for full proof of compromise, cutted the shadow file here.
All right, that's fine.
So yeah. The summary here. We did reconnaissance, then we did web enumeration. Then we got the initial access. Then we're able to do privilege escalation to a user, then to root. So that's all from me.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I don't think I have any question for your presentation. They are well detailed. So that'll be the next presentation. So, and I think you captured remediation and all those other guys did not capture. So there's nothing to add. I to just encourage you to keep the fire burning. Do you have any question for us?
Uh,
So if it was a job interview, I would gladly give you the job because the others were actually just blabbing. So we move to the next part. So you can exit. Congratulations. We actually treat the intermediate part next week.
Okay.
Sorry, just hold on 1 minute.
Hmm. Okay. Okay, so
And you can start.
hello, my name is Andy Taiwo. In this project, I conducted full penetration tests on Qualtrics vulnerable machines, simulating real-world attacks. And I used tools like Nmap, Hydra, SQL Map, and Metasploit to identify and exploit weaknesses in our data services, web apps, and misconfigured databases.
ultimately gaining root access. This hands-on work sharpened my skills in offensive security and reinforced how critical proper patching and access control are in defense. So the first machine, Cuptrix level 1. So the first thing I did was I scanned my my entire network interface and to get the IP address, which was this. I used the nmap command, scan my entire network interface, and I got my IP address. So this is how the Cuptrix level 1 environment looks like. So the next thing I did was I picked out the IP address after I found it and I scanned it for the service version. And everything, it brought out all these all these open ports. We have port 22, port 80, port 111, port 139, port 443. After I saw all these ports were open, and this is the screenshot of it, the next thing I did was I noticed that it was running on Apache HTTP Unix, Red Hat / Linux, and same thing for HTTPS too. So the thing I did was I entered my and the next and other one other thing I noticed was that I was also running on Samba. So I decided to use my Metasploit. So the first thing I did was I used searchsploit Samba. From there, I used exploit /linux/samba/trans to open. And this is a screenshot of everything I did. I set the payload to /generic/shell/_reverse_TCP because the default payload there didn't work. So initially the session started and kept dying, but eventually I gained the session and I stabilized it. So immediately I gained the session, I was already root. All I had to do was use the ID command and I was root already. Now my reports and findings. Initial access. Target system exposed multiple services, but Samba on port 139 was found to be vulnerable. After enumeration, the trans to open vulnerability was selected for exploitation. My exploit we used was exploit /linux/samba trans to open. And privilege escalation, no extra steps were needed. Exploit provided direct root access, showcasing how dangerous, outdated, and discovery-guard services can be. The outcome, root access was achieved on the target system with minimal interaction. Post-exploitation steps like file system navigation, user discovery, and system control were all possible. And lesson learned, Samba services run in older Linux environments are highly exploitable and should be updated or disabled. So the next machine I actually performed the penetration test on was my Cuptrix 2 machine. So after installing it and setting it up, I started by scanning. That was the first thing I did. I scanned and I got the IP address, which was 192.168.163.143. So the next thing I did was I found the open ports in this particular machine. We had port 22, 80, 111, which respectively are SSH, HTTP, RPC bind, HTTPS, and IPP. So the next thing I did was I went to my browser and I typed in the IP address of the machine. And it actually displayed a login page. So the next thing I did was try to see if it was subjectable to SQL injection. So I used the username admin, and then I typed in this particular command. and I entered, I managed to log in, and it actually showed me a ping page. The next thing I did after I got the ping page was I decided to see if SQL injection was possible on that ping page. The first thing I did was I pinged an IP address. It gave me an output. Next thing I did, I separated it with a semicolon, and I typed in a Linux command like ls, and it actually showed me every file or directory in that particular directory. Okay. The next thing I did was I tried to run a command and try to create a reverse shell. So I started the listener on my terminal, and then I typed in this command, bash-i dev/tcp, the IP address and the listening port. And I pressed enter, and I actually got a shell. So the next thing I did immediately, I actually got the shell was I decided to check the uname, and the uname gave me kernel 2.6.9. And then the next thing was this I checked etc/etc/Red Hat release, and it also gave me this output of CentOS release 4.5 final. So I used the search exploit command, and I searched for CentOS 4.5, and I actually found a file in Linux kernel local privilege escalation. And I started a Python HTTP server on that in that particular directory after downloading it with the search place -m command. After downloading it, I decided to actually upload it into that particular directory. So the first thing I did was I switched to /tmp. I switched to the tmp directory, and right there, I downloaded the file. After I downloaded the file, the next thing was that I compiled the file using the gcc command. So I used gcc, the name of the file is 5432.c. After I did that, it gave me a particular output. It actually created a new file called a.out. After I ran that a.out with the /a.out command, I got root access immediately. All I had to do was type in ID, and I saw that, yes, I had root access. So this is a screenshot or proof of my privilege escalation right here. So my reports and findings. Initial access, again, initial access through SQL injection on the admin login interface using the SQL command that allowed backend access to a ping feature. Command execution. I used the ping page to inject shell commands, launch a reverse shell back to the attacker's machine using a bash TCP one-liner. And privilege escalation. The system was running CentOS 4.5 with an old Linux kernel vulnerable to a non-local privilege escalation. Exploits 9542.c. And I downloaded and compiled the exploit to gain root. So, okay, so should I continue? Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you.
Okay, sir. So the
Can you go back
next
to the
one,
last part of that Q-Critics too? Sorry, I lost it. It lost you there. Just the last part.
okay, just the last part. The last part was just basically basic summary of the entire process.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Let's move to Q-Critics 3.
Okay. Okay. So the next thing I did was I performed the penetration test on Q-Tricks. level 3. Obviously, the first thing I did was I scanned my interface, my network interface, to get the IP address. And after I got the IP address, I performed an mmap scan on it. I performed an mmap scan on that particular IP address for the service versions of the, all the ports, and I got this output: port 22 open, run on OpenSSH, and port 80, run on Apache HTTPD 2.2.8. So I opened my Mozilla Firefox, and there I typed in the IP address. When I typed in the IP address, I got a login page. Initially, I tried to log in with just random characters like user and admin, but none of them seemed to work. So the next thing I did was I did a directory enumeration using the dirb command, and it showed me a lot of directories, but I found some actually quite interesting, like the image, like the gallery directory and PHP admin directory. PHP admin directory, I also tried other commands there, but I wasn't able. I tried to log in there, but wasn't able to. So in the gallery there, I found a particular place. Okay, let me display it here. I think I
How did you get to that place? How did you get to that place in the gallery?
in the gallery, I had I said I found it in my dir. After I ran my dirb command, I found some directories. So I went through each one of the directories, and when I got to the gallery, I actually found this page in my gallery. So when I just started playing around here, and I started seeing some changes in the URL. Every single time I changed the options here, I changed it to photo ID. I'm seeing it change here. I'm seeing it change here. So the next thing is I saw this ID is equal to 1. So I decided to just inject an SQL command like or 1 is equal to 1 hashtag. I ran it, and then it gave me an SQL error. So I figured out, yes, it's actually subjectable to SQL injection. So the next thing I did was I actually used this command, SQL-R, for the key objects. I did an SQL map scan, and it actually gave me some accounts and their passwords. Gave me loan ferrets and the password master, and it gave me and the password star was another user master, but I decided to use loan ferret instead. So I used loan ferret. I logged in with SSH command and the password that it gave me, and I actually gained I gained a shell with very, very restricted access. So
Okay.
the next thing I did was I did ls, and I found that there were 2 files in that particular directory. Okay, there were 2 files in that particular directory, and one of them was irrelevant because I went through it. It was a script, was completely irrelevant. So I looked at the next one. Next one's name was company policy.readme. I opened it and I read through it, and what it showed me was this. It said it's company policy here to use our newly installed software for editing, creating and viewing files. Please use the command sudo ht. So that sudo ht actually caught my attention. Use the command sudo ht. Failure to do so will result in your immediate termination. So I used sudo ht. Initially, it gave me an error. It said error opening terminal xterm is equal to 25 something column. So what I did was I used the command export term, capital letter term is equal to xterm. And then I tried sudo ht again. And then it actually opened this particular page, this particular editor. Okay, so immediately I opened this, immediately this editor opened. I noticed I couldn't use my mouse to actually do anything on that particular page. So I had to start using my keyboard commands. So I used Alt F to open file.
Okay, God bless you. You are the only one who had said in this particular place, all of them were just lying. When you use F3, it will not work until you use Alt F. Alt F will actually take you to the place where you could scroll down to file and the rest of them, and you select what you want. So all of them saying
Yes.
it shows that they did not do anything, they just copied and paste. So you can go on.
All right, so I did Alt F and then I scrolled down until I reached open and I clicked on open and it opened this page for me. Unfortunately, I'm trying to zoom in so you can see it, but when I zoom in, it's only the characters it's only the letters that are getting bigger. So what I did was, what was there when I typed in open was dot dot. So I removed it and I typed in /etc/sudo as. And then it took me to a particular file. And inside that file, I edited it. I think there was exclamation mark / bin/su. So I removed the first set. So I left it the way it was and I pressed enter. Immediately I pressed enter. I saved the file and I quit, still using that same Alt F command. And after I quit, I ran the command sudo su and immediately I gained root access. And this is it right here. And if you notice, initially when I ran sudo ht, it gave me an error. When I ran sudo ht again, I didn't receive any errors. So I decided to run sudo su and then I gained root access. So my reports and findings. Initial access, I performed directory and web enumeration, discovered /gallery page vulnerable to SQL injection, used SQL map to enumerate the gallery database and dump user credentials. Exploitation, I logged in via SSH on Lone Ferret using credentials found in database. Privilege escalation, identified a hint from the company policy file to run sudo ht. And I used this to modify /etc/sudo as and gain unrestricted sudo access. And we achieved root access using sudo su. So that was how I performed my pen test on Kyoptrix 3. Now,
The next one.
okay, next one is Kyoptrix 3. But this Kyoptrix 3 is my Mr. Robots.
So there's nothing like Kyoptrix 3. Mr. Robots is a different machine entirely. Did you do Kyoptrix 4? Did you do Kyoptrix 5?
I did Kyoptrix 4.
Where
My
is it?
Kyoptrix 5 wasn't installing.
Where is the Kyoptrix 4?
This is my Kyoptrix 4 here.
Okay, all right. Let's see that one.
Okay, you want to see Kyoptrix 4?
Yeah, explain Kyoptrix 4 before you move to Mr. Robot.
Okay. So Kyoptrix 4. The first thing, enumeration. I scanned my entire network interface, found the IP address, and then after I found the IP address, I ran an mmap scan on it using the -t4 command. And I actually used -t4 command for everything to speed up the scanning, and -sv for version information of the ports that will be discovered. So after I ran the scan, it showed port 22, port 80, port 139, which were SSH, HTTPD, and NetBIOS and Microsoft DS services running. And these ports, this open port suggested potential attack vectors like web-based login interface on port 80. SMB services on ports 139 and 443, not exploited further in this scenario. So this is the web interface when I actually typed in the IP address into my Firefox browser. So I got this. So the first thing I tried was admin, and I tried a random password. Okay, when I tried John and I tried the random password, I didn't get anything. So the thing is that I actually tried John again, and then I tried an SQL injection using the same SQL injection I used in the previous, the same SQL command I used in the previous machine, which was or1 is equal to 1 hashtag, and I ran it, and it actually gave me John and Robert, giving me both their passwords and uh giving me both their passwords and the username. So from there, I tried after I logged in, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't go any further from there. So I decided to take another route. So I used the dirb command and I actually searched. I searched the entire directory for that particular machine. So SQL injection on login form, a manual test with the following classic SQL injection payloads. So exactly. So I tried that. Okay, this is proof of me trying it and getting the passwords of both users. So the next thing I did, I gained SSH access with John. I used John this time. It's a common name, so I decided to just use John. So after I used John, I typed in the password and I got access. I got a shell, but with restricted access. So the next thing I did was that particular directory, I switched to /var/www, and then I cat check login.php. I found a backend PHP login logic confirming SQL injection vulnerability and hinting at database usage. Gaining access to MySQL, attempted to access MySQL with root access. So I used the MySQL-h localhost-u root command because root was the username that was there in that particular file, and I gained access, but yeah, definitely without a password prompt. So the next thing, after I gained access, I looked up some SQL commands that I could possibly use in this place. It took a while. So I found some SQL commands, and it actually I looked through the entire file. I looked through the entire file and I found some funks there. So the first thing I found was my SQL. Sorry, there's something disturbing me here. MySQL.func. So I did select all from MySQL.func and it gave me this output. And I saw sysexec, and I also did some research on that one too. And I tried out this command, sysexec user mode -a, to change, to make John the user that I used to log in initially an admin. So after I used this command, I quit the SQL interface, and next thing I did was I did sudo su, and I did OMI, and I was root. So after being added to the admin group, I escalated to root. So this is it. And I changed directory to /root, and there I found a file named conras.txt, and I opened the file and said there's more than one way to get root on this system. Try and find them. I've only tested 2 methods, but it doesn't mean there aren't more. As always, there's an easy way and a not so easy way to pop this box. Look for other methods to get root privileges other than running an exploit. So my reports and findings. Initial access. Web application exposed the login form vulnerable to SQL injection. I used payload or 1 is equal to 1 to bypass authentication. Valid user credentials were indirectly discovered via behavioral responses. Now, system access via SSH. I logged into the system using the discovered credentials. Confirmed low privilege user access as John. Revealed web application code confirming insecure SQL logic. Privilege escalation. I gained MySQL root access without authentication. Found user, defined function sys_exec enabled, allowing command execution. Use this function to escalate privileges by adding John to the admin group. Root access. I switched to root via sudo su. Full access of the system achieved. Located and read the final flag in /root/congrats.txt.
Okay, let's move to Mr. Robot.
Okay, sir. So, general information, testing environment, VirtualBox, host, network, attacking machine, my Kali Linux attacker's IP, that's my attacker's IP, this is my target IP. My objective is to capture all 3 hidden flags and gain root access through multiple exploitation phases. So when I scanned my entire network interface, I found the IP address, and the next thing I did was I performed an nmap scan on that particular IP address for all the ports, and it gave me an output of port 22, port 80, port 443 open. So I used DIRB to enumerate hidden directories and files. So the first thing that I did was I actually used DIRB to enumerate as much all the files. And the first thing that caught my eye was robots.txt. There were two. There was robots and there was robots.txt. But I put in robots and it gave me this particular output. And I put in robots.txt and it still gave me this particular output. So I found the first flag, which was key 1 of 3, and another file there named fsocd.dic, and I downloaded both files. The CMS detection identified. WordPress CMS via browser plugins like Wapalizer. So I used Wapalizer. I have this app on my Firefox right here. So when I click on it, it shows me whatever that particular website is running on. And right here, we can see that from me clicking on it alone, you can see that it's showing the web servers, Nginx, Apache HTTP server. It's showing the operating system that is running on, showing the reverse proxies, showing programming languages. So after I identified that it's running on CMS, the next thing is that I found the login page, wp.login with PHP. So the next thing I decided to do was brute force login. So I utilized Hydra in 2 stages. The first stage was to find the valid username, and the next stage was to find the password. So to find the username, because initially when I tried to log in, it showed invalid username. I typed in a random username and I typed in a random password, and then it showed me invalid username. It didn't show me invalid username or password. So that struck my interest, and the next thing I decided to do was actually perform a brute force attempt on it. So the first thing I did after that was I actually opened my burp suite, opened proxy, and I decided to actually capture its I decided to capture that particular action in my burp suite. I turned on intercept and intercepted that particular request. So after I did that, I looked inside, and then I found, can't zoom in. So I found the request line, and this was basically what was in the request line right here in my Hydra command. So I decided to use that. I also did research on it, so I decided to use that. And the thing is that inside the fsocd file that I downloaded from that particular, on my browser, from that particular robots.txt directory, I found that it actually has a lot of words inside. almost 600,000, if not more. So I decided to use it as a username file. So I used it as a username file here, and then I used a random password, and then I used the rest of the command. So the valid username I got was Elliot after I ran the Hydra command. Next thing is that I ran the next command. But the thing that I switched the commands a little bit. Since I found the username Elliot, I used Elliot as the username with small letter L, and then I used capital letter P, which is for password files, and I used the F society password file. So I ran the command and I found the password. And so the next thing is that I logged in using Elliot. I actually logged in using Elliot and the password I found. So the next thing I did was I opened my Metasploit. And after I opened my Metasploit, I used this particular module, exploit/unix/web app/wp_admin_shell_upload. So I used that and I imputed all the parameters. And after I did that, I actually gained a interpreter session. And inside the interpreter session, I did ls, and right there I found the next key, just key2 of 3.txt, and a password hash. And there was a password hash inside, but I ignored the password hash and looked at the next file that was right beside it. So there was a password file there named password.raw/md5-md5. So after I opened it, I found that it had a username and a password hash. The first thing I thought was, okay, maybe somebody has actually cracked this password hash. So because John might take a while, because I'm going to have to use multiple options. So I went over to my crack station and I pasted it there. And when I pasted it there, I got this. So after I ran that, then I went inside my shell. I used su robots, switch user to robots, and I entered the crack password, which was ABCD all the way to Z. And then now I'm robots. So the next thing I did was I actually had to stabilize, before I got to all these parts, I actually had to stabilize my shell because I could barely run commands on it. So I had to use like a command like python-c pty :pty spawn into brackets /bin/bash, that command. So I used that command and after I used that command, I was able to run commands properly after that. So the next thing I did was I used find /perm to find all the files with root access. Okay, I found all the files with root access. So after I ran that command, I found nmap. So I copied everything, I pasted it in Google. I pasted everything one by one in Google to see if any one of them would ring a bell. And then one of them said, what do you call it? One of them said there was an nmap version that was actually that old that could actually open as a shell. So I kept looking and then I found a particular nmap command. So I used nmap --interactive. Lo and behold, I actually got an nmap shell. And this is it right here.
Okay, I just waited for you to finish. Let's start. You can share your screen.
All right, so my name is Bolat Banjo, S7, and I'll be defending 5 machines I penetrated, starting from Kioptrix level 1. General information about this is the machine detail is a Linux system with a difficulty of easy, and the main objective and scope of this pen test was to gain root access to the system. Some tools I used to carry out my penetration was Nmap, NetDiscover, SMB clients, and a Metasploit framework.
Sorry, before you go far, I hope you have screenshot on your.
Yeah, I have everything. Once I'm done with the slides, I'll show you the screenshot and explain the detail step by step of how I did and got everything I got to the last
Okay,
point.
all right, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So the domains and subdomains I found on this machine it was running Apache web server on port 80. And there were actually no subdomains apart from that and no virtual hostings. So on network corrections, we found that there were ports 2280, 111, and 139 and 443 open, and these are their respective services and their respective versions that could be enumerated and found. And vulnerability I discovered on Kioptrix level 1 was a weak Samba service, vulnerable to remote code execution that can be referenced to the CVE 2003-0201. My exploitation process was simple. I managed to gain initial access by exploiting the Samba service using Metasploit framework. I used this particular exploit module and gained initial shell, but I had limited privileges. I couldn't do things, or I wasn't root, so I hadn't finished the scope. But then to get privilege escalation and to become root, I discovered the kernel version I was running and deployed a ptrail kernel exploit that can be referenced in the CVE 2003-0127 and compiled explicit locally and transferred this to the target, which allowed me to become root. I'll tell you my reports and findings and security recommendations and mitigations after I've shown you the screenshots. But I head over to explain the process of what I did. We can see here that you can't attack something that you can't see. That's the first thing. I need to find a way to get the IP address that this machine is running on. And I explored NetDiscover to get this. Once I managed to grab the IP address, I did some basic enumeration with Nmap, and I added the service version flag and got it to scan all possible 65,000 ports. And this was the results. I got all the possible ports open and their versions. As you can see here, right now, the only one that isn't giving me the exact precise version that it is using is Samba and RPC. Now, the first thing I can see on this from my enumeration is that it is running on port 80 and it is hosting something on port 80. So I decided to check this out. Maybe there can be something interesting I would find there. But to my surprise, upon getting to the HTTP page, this is what I found. Nothing really exactly vulnerable. So I have to continue enumerating for other things that I can do. Now I decided to enumerate the Samba to try and basically grab more information and try and see if I could get the exact version and see if it was a vulnerable version. I enumerated the Samba using SMB clients, and I managed to get and see a couple details that this is running on an admin and other things about it. Knowing this now, I didn't manage to actually fully get the service version, but I decided to check and test. I searched Samba on Metasploit framework. I loaded it. And after trying a couple different and reading the informations on different possible frameworks that it gave me and different modules that it gave me, the Metasploit framework gave me, I found one that I thought would be best tailored to this particular vulnerability or this particular machine that I'm trying to access, which was the Exploit Linux Samba Trans2 Open. And as you can see, it is the one that has the Linux x86 architecture as well. So upon doing that, I loaded particular x86 archi payload, which was an interpreter and reverse TCP. I loaded into it. I set all my parameters such as rhost, lhost, set all of that. And this exploit basically brute forces its way into the machine. That's the target of it, to brute force his way into a Samba machine. Once I ran the exploits on the Metasploit framework, you can see my session was opened and I ran the first thing. Who am I? Roots. So this exploit, this module found on Metasploit framework, gave me the one thing I needed immediately, gave me root access. With this now, I immediately exploited my privileges through this module. I managed to become roots. Now I can do other things like get other users' hashes, perform hash dumps, check the shadow files, check the SC password files, and do other things. But I've achieved the scope of this particular machine.
Okay, just before you actually move on, now the conversation is actually broken down into three, moving forward, so that you can get it. Now, what you're trying to do, maybe you don't understand it. The first part is enumeration. The second part is foothold. The last part is what? Privilege escalation. So whatever you do after getting root access, that's post-exploitation. It depends on what you want to achieve. So that's what you're doing for all the machine. Enumeration, foothold, how you actually come in and actually get your first shell. And now you now upgrade that shell to what? A root user. Now, there is no one way to it. There is two, there are three different ways to each of this. Now, it's because you guys are going back to school. We don't really want to stretch you. You've already started complaining. Now, this particular stuff, you've watched the video. It's more like an expo. Now, what would have been a typical show of expertise is for each of those stages I mentioned, show us another way of doing it. That would have been a proper test, the litmus test. You understand? But we just want to be sure at this stage that we are helping you connect the dots of what you've done at the Siberian Arena. You're able to bring it into machine. From machine, you now do a walkover to what? Real website. Now, with all this you are doing, scanme.org should not be a problem. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Good. From the time you finish Siberian Arena, up on the time you finish this, there's a lot of more capabilities you've added in terms of exposure. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Good. Now, imagine if you now do like 100 or 150 machines before you now start testing real websites. So you have a lot of what? Exposure and more confidence and capability to understand how to navigate web application, machines, and the rest of them. That's the essence of this part, of this particular stage, so that when purpose is not known, abuses are inevitable. So that anybody talking to you is talking to a wealth of experience, not just somebody sounding like the guy who just finished a lab. So you can continue to the next machine.
Okay. So here are my reports and findings. The vulnerability was an outdated Samba software. I exploited it using the Samba module, and privilege escalation was through the kernel immediately to obtain roots. Security recommendations and mitigation that I would apply for this machine would be to apply the latest security patches for all services and upgrade it when necessary to do an upgrade, implement proper authentication by enabling strong password policies, because the module I used was basically a module that brute forced its way in. When two-factor authentication is enabled, brute forcing can't really do anything or can't really go as far because there is two-factor authentication. So implement proper authentication and regular security audits. So I would recommend this machine to conduct periodic penetration tests just to find more possible vulnerabilities that it could have. If we go on to the next machine, Kioptrix 2. The objective of this one as well is similar, to gain root access. And the tools I used for this one was Nmap, curl, netcat, SCTY. Once again, domains I found out that I was running on Apache, port 80 website, and a PHP admin page was another page that I found after my enumeration. These are the ports, services, and versions that are open on the machine. And the vulnerability I discovered on this one was SQL injection in authorization and remote code execution. How did I exploit it? I exploited the remote code vulnerability. So I enumerated here. I managed to gain foothold here, my initial access by exploiting the RCE vulnerability. And for privilege escalation, I uploaded a searchploit exploit to escalate my privileges into the machine, made the session interactive, and got the roots. Showing you how I did that. We head over here, you can see, after scanning the internal network to get the IP, I got the ports. This is my enumeration process. I've gotten the ports, gotten the services. Now, on checking the port 80, the HTTP page, checking it, I see this is the landing page that it gives me to. I initially tried to brute force it by trying a default password like admin and admin, or weak passwords like 1234, but that didn't really yield any effort. So I then tried this particular SQL injection, and it worked, and it logged me in. Upon logging in, I was welcomed into this page, and I checked the source code. From this source code, I can tell that this is a page that accepts user inputs. Knowing this now, I can think of, oh, could this be possibly vulnerable to weak user input validation? So I tested this theory of mine. I curled the website, and I pinged a particular IP. I pinged my fallback IP, and it gave me exactly what I wanted. Now I'm trying something else to grab the ID versions to further test if this is actually a remote code execution vulnerability. In my IP section here, you can see I added the ID after the semicolon, and it managed to give me the ID. You can see here, it's telling me UID, the user ID, the group ID, and the groups that are on there and availably running. I now know that this is a remote code execution vulnerability, and I can use this to get possible foothold. In this, I next launched a reverse shell into this, knowing that this accepts commands and doesn't check user validation, doesn't validate user inputs. I launched a reverse shell into it. I set up my listener. Upon connecting to my listener, I checked who exactly I was, found out I was Apache. I've managed to gain foothold into the system at this point. I made the system interactive by using the Python import pty command. For making it interactive, I set the limits using the stty commands. Now, at this point, I'm in and I'm checking possible things and directories that are of wherever I'm at. I can see that there's an index.php and pingy.php in the particular directory I find myself. I decided to try and get the version by using the uname command, and I got the version that it was. From here, I went to do some basic research on exploit.db and found a particular exploit that could weaken this, that could be targeted to this particular version of this Linux machine, which is 2.6.9, that could be uploaded and bypass administrative privileges and turn into to basically escalate privileges. I downloaded that search exploit. I downloaded that exploit that I found, sent it into this machine through my already created session and shell that I've already managed to have in my initial foothold. Upon sending it to it, I ran the search exploit. This bypassed all possible administrative tools. Upon doing it, upon running it, I ran the ID, and you can see I ran the who-am-I command and became root. My reports and findings for this. Vulnerability assessment would be a remote code execution and SQL injection in authorization. I exploited it through by leveraging the RCE vulnerability, and further escalated my privileges by exploiting the session with a searchploit payload that I found in exploit.db. Mitigations and security recommendations. Once again, this happens to be an outdated software, so I'd recommend the software to be updated, and validate and sanitize user inputs. In the admin page that I found, if user input was properly sanitized or validated, that SQL injection that I tried shouldn't have worked and given me access into the page that allowed me to now know that there is a remote code execution vulnerability there. Another security recommendation I would offend would be to avoid directly passing user input by using things like parameterized execution. So we would have to inform the developers to use parameterized executions in their code to let those run and handle user inputs and not the code directly handling user inputs.
Okay, all right, that's
Where
fine.
to go on, sir?
No, that's okay. I'm with you.
Okay. Let's go on to the next machine. Keyoptrix 3. Here, the objective once again is to gain root access into the system. Tools are deployed into getting the root access was Nmap, NetDiscover, Buster, I used Burp Suite, and SQL Map. Domains that I found was a PHP MyAdmin page, and obviously the Apache web server running on port 80. This one, however, was only running 2 services. They only had 2 open ports, which was port 22 and port 80. And these are the respective services and their versions. The main vulnerability I discovered in this was SQL injection vulnerability. How did I manage to gain foothold? I used SQL to enumerate poorly secured SQL map to enumerate poorly secured database and gather user credentials. That's how I gained foothold into the machine. On gaining foothold, though, I was not initially root. I escalated my privileges by using an exploited misconfigured etc sudoers file. And I wrote new rules into the etc sudoers file, giving the current user that I was upon gaining foothold root permission that the user shouldn't have. So once again, I got the IP address and did my enumeration. For my enumeration, I gathered the services and every possible information I could probably get that would lead me down the track. I did more enumeration by using Buster. So I tried to use Buster to grab possible subdomains or possible other domains linked to my target. And I found one that was particularly more interesting, which was PHP MyAdmin. The scope of this pen test is to gain root privileges. So once I saw admin, my thought process was, would the admin page be vulnerable? If vulnerable, can I become root user through the vulnerable admin page since I'm trying to become root? So I checked it out. I checked out the admin page. I tried to brute force this. Sadly, it was quite secure. No effort I tried to brute force this gave me anything. I tried using weak passwords, default passwords, SQL injections, nothing worked. Okay, I have to go back to my enumeration. I have to find another way to possibly gain foothold. Upon more further prying, I found something that looked like a mode that could be potentially used for local file inclusion. I went onto the landing page on port 80 that I host on HTTP. And I found here, we can see in this address, we can see that it says PHP ID equals to 1 and source. This basically means this allows files to be inputted into it. Okay, this could be a possible vulnerability that I can exploit. I attempted SQL injection and got an error message confirming my suspicion of an LFI. The message I got was, you have an error in your SQL syntax. Now I know that if whatever I put in this parameters was correct, it would have given me a result. So I know that this is possibly exploitable and this is vulnerable. I decided to get the request page to further exploit it using Burp Suite.
Sorry, just 1 minute. You are the only one with this your critics different from the rest.
I can't hear you. I can't hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
I still can't hear you. You're not clear.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I said you are the only one with your cooperative icon different. Are you the one who designed it this way? Or it's
No, in the description, it told us to.
I'm sorry, I mean your cherry tree. The icon is yellow and blue. Are you the one who designed it that way?
Oh, yeah, I'm the one that designed it this way.
Okay, all right, that's fine. You can go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, I got the bulk request. This is the request that I'm going to use to possibly enumerate using SQL map. Now, using SQL map commands, I attached the file, my request file.
What you did was to actually try to get that page, and you saved the words. You saved the words, the page, right? You now
Yeah,
uploaded to. So that's okay. That's scale of tree.dbs. Okay, the way you
yes,
actually did it in Shadowroom Arena. From there, okay, you were able
exactly,
to get gallery. Then from gallery,
exactly.
from gallery you move to.
I enumerated the gallery tables, the gallery database to get tables under gallery, and I found dev accounts, which look pretty interesting, which would be developer accounts. Because here I can check if the developers have made weak misconfigurations and things. So I managed to enumerate the gallery database and also enumerate the dev account tables and dump everything in that table. This gave me hash and passwords of 2 users, Dreg and Lone Ferret. Now that I have passwords, if we recall, my SSH port in my base initial enumeration was open. I can attempt an SSH login. Since I know passwords of 2 users, so I tried to log in as Lone Ferret and use the password there. Here I have gained my initial foothold. I've managed to log in through the open SSH port as Lone Ferret. I check the directory and see anything that is in there. I read both files that are there. Check SH doesn't really have anything interesting in it, but its company policy.readme gives me something quite interesting. It tells me that developers are to use commands sudo ht, and we can recall the sudo command is used for privileges. It is used to become root, right? So, I mean, I read the file that the employed readers get, and I know that they use the sudo ht command to become root. So how can I exploit this? How can I escalate my privilege? I tried to use the sudo ht command, but it gave me an error. Okay, I copied this error on Google to search what this error could mean and if there was a way I could bypass it. And upon my research on Google, I managed to find out that this error is just an interactive way to make the whole thing. And to get around it, I can just use this command, which I did. Upon doing it, introduced me here. I navigated to the etcsudoers file, and I found something. Upon looking around, it took me a while. I had to look through all the possible files on there. But then the one that seemed more interesting and more vulnerable to me that I could actually work with to escalate my privileges was the etcsudoers file. Upon getting into the etcsudoers file, you can see the privilege specifications here for root are all. Well, Lone Ferret the user that I'm logged in as happens to be included in privilege escalation in this configured sudoers file. So I can literally just change the permissions for Lone Ferret, giving him root permission, which I did. Upon giving Lone Ferret user permission, root permission, I implemented my sudo su command. I got everything I needed to get that made me know that I am now root. I ran the rule on my command, became root, and this is how I escalated my privileges through a weakly misconfigured sudoers file. I'm root at this point, and I navigate to the flag at the end of this machine. My reports and findings. The whole vulnerability assessment is they have a domain that is prone to SQL injection and can be exploited using SQL map. Exploitation process to gain initial foothold. was I dumped the user's credentials using SQL, and I escalated my privileges by altering poorly configured sudo as file, security recommendations and mitigation steps, update the services. And I would also advise to encrypt sensitive data. In a case where data is encrypted, using strong hash algorithms like Argon2, Bcrypt, PBKDF2 for user passwords, even if a website is prone to SQL vulnerability, it is hashed and encrypted in a way that you can't even get the password at that point. So the attacker has nothing to work with because it doesn't have a password. So my mitigation process for this would be to encrypt sensitive data properly, employ users or developers or workers or admins when setting passwords to set passwords that are salted and hash those passwords with strong hashing algorithms. So even if their hashes are dumped, they are computationally expensive and hard to crack. I'd also implement least privilege access to ensure that no user, process, or service has more privilege than necessary. As we saw in the misconfigured sudoers file, Lone Ferret was included in the sudoers file, which only root should have been included. Here I managed to change his permissions and gave him the permissions he shouldn't have had, becoming root user. We'll go on to the next machine, Kioptrix 5. Once again, objective is to gain root access. Tools are deployed to gain root access with Nmap, NetDiscover, Dirtbuster, ExploitDB, Burp Suite, Searchploit, and Netcat. Domains, there are no subdomains discovered, but it was running on an Apache port 80. This had 3 ports open, and these are the respective services and versions of each port that was open in my enumeration. To gain foothold, vulnerabilities are discovered with directory transversal and cross-site scripting. I only explored the directory transversal vulnerability, and that's how I managed to gain foothold. Initial access, I used directory transversal exploits to create a shell. And to get privilege escalation, I used a searchploit exploit to become root. Showing this process, you see. Yeah. My basic
This
enumeration.
Kioptrix what? This Kioptrix what?
Kioptrix 5. I don't know why I named it Kioptrix 4. It's meant to be Kioptrix 5. Yeah. So I did initial finding of the IP address, basic enumeration to get service versions, operating system, run it through a script to get possible vulnerabilities and other things. Upon getting that, I used Dirtbuster to find possible subdomains or domains related to my target. My Dirtbuster only gave me 2 results, an index.html page and a CGI bin. Upon going to the index.html page, where is the screenshot? Let me delete it. Oh, I think I accidentally omitted the screenshot of the index.html page. But the index.html page, I couldn't really brute force it or get any entrance through there. But I did manage to find that it was running a pchart 2.1.3 version. And I did further research on this on ExploitDB. And I managed to realize that pchart 2.1.3 has vulnerabilities such as directory transversal and cross-site scripting. And this documentation on ExploitDB was actually so detailed that I even gave an example of how an example command of how you could use it to pry and possibly gain privileges. So I copied this command and inputted the necessary parameters as my local host. And this took me to the etc.password file. Here, I viewed the source code and went to the Apache HTTPD conf. And the only thing that really seemed interesting here was the fact that it's telling me that the user agent runs on Mozilla 4.0. But when I checked it on Burp Suite, it was running, the user agent was 5.0. So that basically tells me that this is poorly misconfigured and I can change access to it by intercepting the request and changing it to 4.0 as a user, basically entering as a user that I am actually not. So I did exactly that. I got in to Burp Suite, and every time before I would forward back the intercepted packet, I would change it, the user agents to 4.0, which was the allowed user
Is
entry.
that actually how you did it, or you went to match and replace and actually clicked on 4.0? If you go to
That's
setting, if you go to setting on Bob Suite and scroll
yeah.
down to match and replace, you can select Mozilla 4.0. It
Oh wow.
it actually puts it on 4.0 permanently. It's okay. If that
Wow.
what you did, it's okay.
Okay. But yeah, I manually just changed it to 4.0 every time and was forwarding it back.
That means you
And
forward it to the repeater
yeah,
and you send it. Okay, all right, that's
yeah,
fine. It's okay.
yeah. So upon getting to this page now, after forwarding it like 2-3 times, I managed to get a domain, PHP tags. I entered it and this wasn't really looking interactive. Wasn't really looking like anything I could work with on here, but I've gained, I need to do more research. I decided to search up PHP tags, see if it has possible vulnerabilities that can be exploited. And lo and behold, PHP tags gave me possible exploits. Upon checking the info of all of them, I decided to use the third one, which could help me do remote code execution. I downloaded it. And once again, the exploits gave me parameters to follow. I literally just had to copy what I needed to copy and change what I needed to change with the local host. So this exploit, what it does is it creates a reverse shell, a bind shell. And by creating this bind shell, it allows you to create a session to gain initial foothold into the machine. So the parameters is already defined. You just have to change your local host and change your IP address and everything. And once I did that, set up my listener, input my bind shell, I managed to get a session. On getting a session, we can see that I've gained my initial foothold. At this point, I'm I'm a www normal user, nothing really special or significant. I check the directories check the files in the directory, see if I can work with anything. Nothing really to work with like that. So I ran the uname command to further check for other vulnerabilities that could probably be exploited. From running the uname command, I realized that this Linux machine is running a FreeBSD version. Okay, it's running a FreeBSD version. I did more checkings on the FreeBSD version and found out there is an exploit on SearchPloit for the FreeBSD version 9.0. I installed that on a different terminal, created a different listener on another terminal, and downloaded the FreeBSD exploit on this terminal from my other created terminal and sent it into my foothold session. On sending it to my foothold session, I compiled it, ran it, and it did the job that it said it would do on exploit DB. On the search exploit, sorry, not exploit DB. Exploit DB was used to gain foothold. This FreeBSD exploit on search exploit was used to escalate privileges. It escalated its privileges by bypassing admin rules. Upon running the installed FreeBSD exploit, I compiled it, got the ID, checked who am I, and lo and behold, I am root. And I can now access other things, and I got the congrats.txt in this particular flag. Reports and findings. My vulnerability assessment for this machine would be I identified directory transversal and cross-site scripting on exploit DB. I exploited it by exploiting the directory transversal vulnerability. And I managed to escalate privileges by uploading a privilege escalation payload from search points to gain root access. Security recommendations and mitigation processes for this would be, once again, to not use the outdated FreeBSD version. Can use an updated version of the software. I would also say is to restrict file access. So as we see, my LFI, my directory transversal here, which allowed me to get access into the etc.passwords file and further read the source code, was granted to me because file access wasn't restricted. Anybody could just read that particular file, which had sensitive information, leading me to gain initial foothold. So I'd say to restrict file access to predefined directories and files such as etc.password, apache.conf, etc.sudoers. Now, going on to my favorite machine of all the machines we did. Mr. Robot. Unlike other machines where we had to gain root access, the objective for Mr. Robot was to find 3 hidden keys in the system. So this made it a little bit more brain enhancing. And the tools I used and deployed to get this and find the 3 hidden keys.
What's the difficulty level for Mr. Robot? Is it easy or medium?
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay.
Yeah. The tools I deployed to get this were Nmap, Netcat, curl, MSF Venom, Nikto, Metasploit Framework, and CrackStation. I used quite a lot of tools to find the 3 hidden keys for this. Domains and subdomains. The landing page and the initial domain, which is hosted on Apache on port 80. And my DNS enumeration led me to realize that it had license.txt and WordPress login PHP. Those are the good and vulnerable subdomains that I found. These were the ports that were open, the respective services and versions. I discovered 2 main vulnerabilities in the Mr. Robot's machine, which is robot.txt misconfiguration and unrestricted file upload. How did I gain initial foothold? I exploited the machine to gain initial foothold by finding misconfigured robot.txt file, which led me to find the first key. I found subdomains that led me to user credentials, which I used to log in. Upon logging in, that helped me find the second key, which I then used to upload a raw payload into the web page, into the web app. I uploaded a raw payload. Very bad input validation. And I spawned it to an interactive shell to gain my initial foothold. To get privilege escalation, basically become root and find the other flag, the other keys. I found passwords that I had from root privileges, and that allowed me to find the other keys. Showing the process of all of this, we'll see that I did my initial enumeration, got all the ports, got all the versions. After my initial enumeration, I tried prodding further for more enumeration, because as you can see here, I don't really have the service version for 22 for the SSH service.
The SSH service is it not closed?
I will let me
Sorry.
find it.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
The SSH service there, is it not closed? Okay.
It is. Yeah. So as you can see, because it's closed, the connection was immediately refused. I tried to do further HTTP enumeration just to do some banner grabbing, find more information, possible things that could be exploited. And then I curled into robots.txt. I tried to see if they had allowed if they left allowed things that shouldn't have been allowed on their robot.txt file. And they did. They left the user fsociety.disk, which is a word list. And I found the first key 1 of 3 txt. Found the first key. I analyzed the second file, which was the fsociety.disk. It basically looked like something that would be a word list. So I saved it. I uniqued the word file, the word list actually, just to make sure I didn't have repetition and just for extra space. I saved it for possible use. It could come in handy down the line. Saved it. I did further enumeration. Managed to finally get the SSH version. But because it's closed, once again, I can't really exploit that. The port is closed. I can't do anything with that. I can't work with that. Now, I use Nikto to find subdomains linked to this. And this definitely took me a while because there was a lot of subdomains on here. And I had to have patience to read through each subdomain and possibly find something that could be vulnerable. One subdomain that I found was the README. And it didn't lead me anywhere, but it gave me more motivation to keep going. It said, I like where your head is at. However, I'm not going to help you. So upon doing this, I further continued and I found another subdomain called license.txt. This license.txt had something that I can see is encoded. This is an encoded that could possibly be a password. I decided to convert it to base 64 in a way that is readable. And it gave me Elliot and something that looks like a password. But at least when you crack password.
You find this where?
What'd you say?
This one.
I can't hear you clearly.
Okay, you find this code. This code you find this code where?
Which code?
This one that you converted.
To convert
yes.
the.
Yeah, you do. Where is this code? This particular code.
We've done it before in Sabium Arena. It's just converting an encoded file to base
64. No, this one. Where did you see this code? This particular code.
I don't understand what code.
This one, this code that you see underneath here. It says you find this particular case.txt. Where did you get it?
License.txt.
Yes, where did you get that license.txt?
Oh, I used after a Nikto scan, which gave me all the vulnerabilities. I found different subdomains, which was README, and one of them was license.txt. So I entered all the possible subdomains. That's how I found license.txt, which led me to the encoded credentials.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
So yeah, on my enumeration, another thing I found, possible other subdomains I found was the login.php page. And I realized that this is bad password. This is bad web page security, because when you're trying to secure a web page, it said invalid username. Automatically, I know that Elliot. That means that Elliot is a user in this system. It just means I have the wrong password, so I can now try and crack or find other means to get the password for Elliot. I shouldn't be able to know that whether it is my password that is wrong or whether it is my username that is wrong. Then from the credentials that I got here, I tried this and it let me in. I tried the password that I said ER28, which let me in. Upon getting into the login, the WordPress login page, there are a lot of different things. I checked the dashboard. I checked everything in this web page basically to look for anything that could be possibly exploited or anything that could possibly get me initial foothold. And I found one. On the appearance part of the page, it basically allows users to edit themes by using code from anywhere they like. They can basically edit themes. And I tried to upload a reverse shell into this. Like, okay, let me see if this has weak inputs validation. I uploaded a reverse shell, a PHP reverse shell, set my port, set my IP, set up my listener, and I added it. As we see, file edited successfully. This is very poor input validation because it's literally just swallowed up the PHP the PHP version that I set into it, which allowed me to create my listener, set up my listener. Boom. I managed to call this back from my Metasploit framework.
What kind of payload did you actually? Is it MSM Venom or PHP?
Yeah, MSF Venom.
Okay, MSM
Yeah.
Venom. It's okay. It's okay. All right, that's fine.
So I set all my parameters and all of that and kept it raw. So now I just called the MSF Venom payload that I already created and sent and edited into the web page. I managed to create my session. Here, I've gotten foothold as the user Damon. So I checked everything. I checked what could possibly check the directory that I was in. Is any possible information useful there? So I did ls robots. I saw that robot was another directory. I entered it and I checked everything in the robot directory and I saw, as you can see here, key 2 of 3 txt and password.row md5. So I tried to try my luck. Maybe this part has weak entry. I tried my luck. I just tried to cut the key 2 of 3 immediately. That didn't really yield anything. So I cutted the password raw.md file, and that gave me a raw MD5 hash, which I took over to CrackStation. And it gave me the passwords. It let me know that this is the password. So this lets me know that, okay, under this robot directory, whoever created the robot directory uses this key and this password to enter into it. So now that I know the password, I just I switch user into robot, put the password that I've already cracked, and I now have read, write, execute permissions because I'm that user. I have read, write, execute permissions to basically read what is in the key 2 of 3 txt, and that's how I managed to get the second key. But at this point, we haven't really escalated privileges because we're not root yet. So I tried to find files. I didn't really find anything like a search exploit that could really escalate privileges immediately and just turn me into root like that. So I had to find files or things with what I have access with right now. And I used the find command to basically find files that usually require root access to get into. Upon finding this, usually we know that the password, there were basically things that we normally know require use root inputs to get into. I use an interactive shell in my mmap. I managed to switch the shell to grab the group and enter the group. So from here, where's the nmap command I used?
Okay. Let's round up. Let's round up so that because it's 10 minutes to your time. Now, be specific on the vulnerability you're talking about. I think you're good in talking, but the technical content of your presentation is not very, very deep. Do you get it clearly? It's not very, very deep. Now, that thing you're actually calling this thing is SUID vulnerability. So you can actually look at it on AI. Now, at each stage, what you need to actually know and understand clearly is what the new vulnerabilities you're seeing added to what you know. Now, at the end of point of known, it's every unknown. Every unknown leads to what? Experience. That is what you are adding. But be sure of the experience you're actually getting and how you are adding it to what you're doing. We need to stop here because I want to jump into a brief meeting with someone downstairs. So I'm happy that you guys are making progress. The next one you do, we'll stretch it a little. You understand? We'll stretch it a little. Maybe that will now reduce your final to just 1. You bring 1 to the interview, then you actually have an interview. We stretch it a little in the sense that do the video, then do a different method. Let's see what you can come up with because depth comes in the stretch. And in the stretch of the rubber band comes more money. I hope you understand what I mean. If you're using rubber band to tie 50,000 naira, it doesn't stretch like the way you're using to tie 2 million. So in the stretch of your knowledge comes more money on the table. So let's stretch it a little on the intermediate. After doing the first, let's see what you can bring up. Now, with the knowledge you have on solving it, you can always use AI to ask what other method. These are the tools I have. What other method can be used to actually go to what? It starts showing you that's where knowledge, experience starts. So watching a video and come back to repeating it looks like below the belt. However, watching a video and bringing up another solution looks as if you're growing. So I'll actually be with you guys in the course of the week to actually do a presentation on how we move on from here. Any question
Okay.
to ask me?
No.
RFID. Tie the identity to people. Just some flaw. That's RFID. I will send the money to you.